one way out, one way out, one way out. Yeah. If I had had more time, I would have put that as audio under the countdown. I don't know. Would that flag us for copyright? I don't know.
I think as long as it's not longer than 10 seconds, it's fine.
Okay. That's okay. But yeah, I hope you're all doing good today. Welcome to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Gwen, a little bit of a scruffy Gwen today. With me, as always, is Jared. How are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing great. I'm always rocking the full beard, as you can see. Yeah. But I'm feeling, Cassian Andor himself can go both scruffy and clean shaven. So it tracks. It depends on what his mission of the week happens to be. When he's riding Adaldani, he's clean shaven. When he's making his way through Narkina 5 or Ferrix, he's rocking the beard. So
I've just spent the last month or so in Narkina 5, so you'll have to excuse me. I hope you're all doing well. Have you had a busy weekend, Jared?
I have, because as we may have mentioned on previous discussions, I'm going to be going on a vacation starting next week. I'll be leaving on Saturday, and this is the last week before that. Then, so you got to get all the prep done, including like booking places to stay, and also I've got to do my taxes and all that before I go, so I don't forget about them. So yeah.
Yeah, I've got that coming up this week. Not looking forward to it.
No.
It's funny, you're going about your business, figuring out how your budget's doing for the month, and you're like, oh god damn it, I have taxes this week, so all that's gonna go out the window. But we'll get through it. Yeah, no, I have spent the last about 2 days binging season 1 of Andor, and whew, God, what a ride! Obviously I love this show, I adore the show, and I haven't forgotten what a ride it is, but when you go through it again, damn. So we're ready to talk about season 1 in preparation for season 2 coming up next month. Are you ready? Because I'm getting excited.
I have never been more ready. I've been looking forward to the show coming back for a couple of years, because I remember this first season came out in 2022, and then it was, I believe, supposed to come out last year, but then got delayed because of the writers' strike. And a few things have happened since then, so it seems like this, it's going to be a very timely show. It always was, but all the more so now. And just everything we've heard from the creator, Tony Gilroy, and everyone involved has me feeling like it's going to be something pretty special, as the first season was. So I'm hoping we're going to get at least one more trailer, but honestly, I'm like, even if I saw nothing else leading up to it, I just can't wait to dive back into this corner of the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah, it's not to make light of of my own personal tragedy at the time, but it is worth observing that this show had just started its run. I think it's really hard to imagine, because I was so going through it, but it was just starting its run about the time that my mom passed away. And so I'm thinking about my experience of watching the show as while I was going through all this personal turmoil. And so it was Andor was one of the shows that was almost like an escape from all the sort of pain and trials and tribulations that I was going through. And now we're going into season 2, and it feels less like an escape of pain and more like a full-blown exploration and excavation of our national pain. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's going to be a different experience. It's strange to think of the first season of Andor though as being an escape because it is so dark and unrelenting, but ultimately I think it's got a very strong message of hope, like all Star Wars does as well. And then, of course, I also had the Rings of Power to get me through that period of time. So
yeah,
it was good.
say...
It was good, honestly. Like, and House of the Dragon was not necessarily the show to help me at that point, and I've talked about that before. But I do kind of look at it as a blessing that I had, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and Game of Thrones all sort of helping me get through the first couple of months. So the world works in mysterious ways, but this season it's a whole different ball game for sort of the emotions I'll be feeling. So yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, no, I remember when the first season came out, and yeah, as you mentioned, it not only was Andor airing, but we also had House of the Dragon and the Rings of Power at the same time. So it was kind of a little bit of a fantasy nirvana on television for me. Even though a couple of those shows put you through it. There were times when I was like watching House of the Dragon and Andor back to back. I was like, Jesus, I need Rings of Power to pick me up. And then I think there was but that show first season had some dark stuff too. But obviously, Andor is not just dark; it can be incredibly inspiring as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to having that as well, because this time in 2025, in addition to everything else that's going on, this season of Andor will be airing at the same time as season 2 of The Last of Us, and that show is going to be depressing as hell, even though it's great. So I'm hoping Andor will at least have a few pick-me-ups.
See, now I'm sort of glad I haven't jumped on that yet, because I get to just completely immerse myself in Andor. But yeah, no, let's I guess let's just dive right in talking about the first season of Andor. I don't even know where to start. I guess I'll go ahead and start with my sort of big picture feelings on the show. Yeah, if you don't mind. I fucking love this show with every fiber of my being. It's and I do want to be careful here, because I'm going to say some things that maybe can be misconstrued, and we can expand on that soon after. And if you like, when you start talking about it, you can talk a bit about it, because I know it's on your mind. But part of what I love about Andor is the fact that it's, as much as it shares sort of bedrock ideas with the rest of Star Wars, it is very much a sort of departure in a lot of ways from what Star Wars has traditionally done, and as much as that has been weaponized against other shows, and I definitely don't like that, it is one of the big reasons why I love the show so much, because it was just it was something that personally I had very much been looking forward to, even back when The Mandalorian was announced, because that show was advertised to look a lot different than what we ended up getting, because nobody told us about cute baby Yoda, and it just looked like it was going to be like a dark Star Wars series about like the criminal underworld and the lawless galaxy after the fall of the Empire, and on all this stuff, and that wasn't what we got, and that was fine. But it did leave me kind of a little like, oh, I'm not getting this sort of Game of Thrones in Star Wars type thing that I thought I was getting. Instead, I'm getting what Star Wars has traditionally been, which is sort of family entertainment, and some cool, great characters, a lot of, and I don't say this in a negative way, pew, 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 because we all love that. but it did leave me like, oh, but I really hope we get something that's a bit bigger and deeper, and maybe a bit more. And I, again, don't say this in a derogatory way to other Star Wars, but something that is a bit more adult and quote unquote grown up in a way. And then this show came along, and I didn't know that this was necessarily going to be that show in the way that it was, because I had enjoyed Rogue One. It's not my favorite of the new Disney films, but I enjoy it a lot. But when this came out, and I started getting the vibes of like how it was shot and the sort of themes they were going for, and then really when I heard snippets from the soundtrack, I was like, oh, this is gonna have a different vibe. And then like just that first night when they dropped the first 3 episodes and seeing how those episodes unfolded, I was like, oh my god, this has the chance to be really good. And then when we got the rest of the season bit by bit, it was like, oh my god, holy shit, oh my god, oh my god. And yeah, I just it's carved out its own little corner in the Star Wars universe, and I love it for that, because and Star Wars has actually been pretty good at this, of really letting different stories be their own thing and have their own vibe, which is something that I think is really important when you're building out I hate the term, but a cinematic universe, as it's known, where they're exploring all these different stories that are still interconnected, but I love it when creators are just allowed to go wild with their own stories in terms of how they're telling that story, and the tone and stuff, and yet still feeling like a larger, like a part of that larger galaxy. So yeah, I just adore this show so much, and I'm sad that we're getting the end, but also I'm glad, because this means that they're going to get to tell the story that they want to tell. And yeah, it's just, I'm over the moon about it, and it feels hard to encapsulate why, in just sort of an overall way like this. We need to get into the details, but yeah, it's just, I adore this show so much.
Yeah. And I well, both said to all of that, I want to make it clear up front too. I also fucking love this show. I think that it is, and it's truly astonishing achievement. It is a brilliant piece of storytelling, both for the Star Wars galaxy and just in general. And I find the level of craftsmanship and the acting and everything about it just to be truly top notch. But what I will just note at the beginning is that I may have in the past made some comments about Andor in the sense that, that may have given some people the impression that I'm not as big of a fan of the show as I am. But that is mostly because, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but it is probably the Star Wars project that, maybe with the exception of, one or two of the sequel trilogy movies, I have the hardest time separating my love for it from the feelings I sometimes get about the discourse around it. And it's been a journey for me to kind of work through that. I will also note that it is, as much as I have loved every single Star Wars project, I will acknowledge that Andor was one it took me a little bit of time to warm up to. Not very long, but in the sense that, they dropped the first 3 episodes all at once, as you alluded to, back in September of 2022. And while some people were raving about it from the jump, I was a little bit more restrained. It really took until the second arc, and specifically, we will talk about it at the conclusion of the second arc, the fight with the episode 6, the Eye, for me to truly get what the show was and why it was special. Because that episode just completely blew me away and recontextualized everything that I had seen previously. And I think that it's one of the reasons why, like, I was so eager to go back and revisit the show. It's probably been one of the shows I've rewatched the most of the Disney Plus shows, just because it not only are there so many layers to unpack, but I really wanted to ultimately have an experience with it that was mine, and not an experience where I felt like I was having to, shall we say, defend defend other flavors of Star Wars from people who think that this is the best flavor of Star Wars, which, to be honest, I think is a completely true and valid opinion for people to hold. I think that this is Andor absolutely represents among the very best of what Star Wars can be. And I feel like where I sometimes push back is when the people who are so zealous in that opinion get the impression that this is what all Star Wars should be. The reason it's special is because it's different, and I think that ultimately what it is telling is that it is a show that takes many of the themes that Star Wars deals with, like the struggle for freedom against a fascist empire, and makes them a little bit more prominent and a little bit more grounded, and a little bit, as some people might say, a little bit more real. And it does so by kind of stripping away some of the elements that I really love in a lot of Star Wars projects that we've touched on in the past, the kind of the pulp elements. There aren't as many weird aliens. There aren't as many, like rollicking, like pure adventure sequences. There isn't quite as much humor, although I think the show is very funny at times. And ultimately, it is a show that, as you said, is probably geared a little bit more towards adults. And I think that it's great that Star Wars can do something like that. I never want Star Wars, where I kind of, again, push back on it sometimes, is that I never want Star Wars to lose the sense that it's a generational tale for all ages. And I have heard anecdotal evidence that, for example, this is one of the shows that sometimes people feel like they can't watch with their kids because it's a little bit more adult. But again, this is where the grand idea of the Star Wars buffet comes in. This is as long as it's part of a larger collage of what Star Wars is, then I think that this being kind of like the premium, steak dinner on the part of the buffet is actually quite a great corner for the show to occupy. And ultimately, as I said, I think that when I can just delve into the show as it is and not feel the need to push back against people who basically are saying that using Andor as what I would describe as a cudgel to beat down other flavors of Star Wars, I'm so much happier, because there is so much that I love about this show. It is really, like, as I said, one of the best made, and frankly just best most has the clearest vision of what it's telling of perhaps any Star Wars project. And I think that is a testament to the man who helped create it, Tony Gilroy, because he is famously, as he has described himself, he was not really a Star Wars fan very much when he started to work on Rogue One. But it's clear that he has treated this, both his work on that movie and his work on this show, with an immense amount of respect for what Star Wars is and can be. And that has, I think, shown through in the quality of the work, and has in turn, given him a larger appreciation of the greater Star Wars story, because he has said in interviews leading up to season 2, this may be the most important thing I've ever done. And I think that this show ultimately can and will stand as a testament not only to this era of Star Wars, but just to this moment and what Star Wars can tell us about our real world. So, well, that's a long way of saying that I kind of had a journey with this show because it was not necessarily what I had come to expect from this franchise that I love so dearly, my favorite franchise. But once I, open my heart to it, it has continued to reward me more and more with every viewing. And I think that it is a masterpiece.
Yeah. Yeah, the discourse, it's an interesting thing. It may have helped me that I was, honestly, with all the shows I sort of mentioned that were on during this time, that I was so consumed with with what was going on in my own personal life that I really didn't have time to care what the discourse was on any of those shows. And yeah, and I find myself caring even less now. I haven't even looked at the I'm very happy about the fact that I haven't actually looked at my social media feeds for a number of weeks now. And there's some downsides that come with that, but the upside is that I've been much more cheerful about the stuff that I've been watching. But yeah, and I think that sort of paints a picture of kind of where we each were coming from, where I was sort of waiting for something like this, whereas for you maybe that was not the case, and and you were perfectly content with all the Star Wars you were getting, and which is not to say that I wasn't as well, but I did have a great appetite for something like this, which I think is why I warmed up to it, probably a bit faster than you did. I will say that I've been a bit frustrated by the conversations surrounding the show, kind of not just from any one side. It's one of the sort of, I say frustrating, but also slightly amusing things is when people push back on the idea that Andor is an adult Star Wars show. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden, all Star Wars is, can be for adults. And it's like, well, yes, but you all go on and on about the fact that Star Wars traditionally is meant for families and to be inclusive towards, younger children. That's, you always preach the George Lucas, thing about Star Wars is for 12-year-olds, except in the case of this show, you did try and, all of a sudden, no, all Star Wars is fine for adults. This show is very clearly doing something that is for a older audience.
Yeah.
And I don't think that should be denied or used against it or used against other shows. It just is what it is. Sometimes you make different stories for different audiences. One of my favorite sort of things that James Mangold has ever said about his film Logan was that his sort of, and again, I'm not saying this as a blanket statement, but this is where he was coming from with Logan, was that it was kind of frustrating to him that all comic book films are just made for quote unquote all audiences, because to him, you need to make a film for an audience. And that's what he was doing with Logan. Because if from his perspective, it was, if you try telling a story for everybody, you wind up telling a story for nobody. And that's, I don't necessarily agree with that in every case, because like I said, I think Star Wars traditionally has been something that's generational. It's, it means as much to younger kids as it does to, older adults, who many of whom have grown up with those stories. And, but but in the case of Andor, I found it refreshing that it was taking a different tact with that, and the fact that it is telling a story that is for an older audience, because I think there is an audience there for that. And yeah, so it's just nice, because, because some of us, do want that flavor of Star Wars, and no, it doesn't have to be the only flavor. But just give it to us every once in a while. I got, I loved having this as much as I love having, give me, Star Wars, the Clone Wars, the Bad Batch, all that stuff. And then to also have this is, I think it's very beneficial to all of us as Star Wars fans to have these different kinds of Star Wars. Which, by the way, and I just mentioned the Bad Batch, but then you look at an episode like The Outpost and tell me that's not, doesn't take a quote unquote dark and gritty approach to Star Wars. But, then we also have Tex Racing episode. So, but that's the Star Wars buffet, and that's what we love. So,
yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and again, Star Wars can do it both. Star Wars can do it all. It's one of the reasons it's one of the most enduring franchises, is because people have a way to tell, all these different types of, fun stories and weighty stories and important stories and dark stories within the context of this one wonderful franchise. I think that, ultimately, like, Andor, as we said, is kind of a different flavor of Star Wars, and, and everyone has different flavors that they gravitate towards. And I'll just note that even separate from, the conversation about like the tone and what audience it might be pitched at, it's notable, for instance, that Andor is, I believe, the only Star Wars project to date, movies, live action shows, or animated shows, that at least up to this point does not feature a character who is force sensitive or wields a lightsaber. And so that is and I think that, like, that is a flavor of Star Wars that, the kind of the mystical flavor, that the spiritual flavor that I always have personally found the most resonant for me. I have kind of a rough working theory, operating theory for Star Wars, that there are kind of three large, scale flavors or stories within it, which are best exemplified by the three leads of the original trilogy. There's the kind of the Jedi and the Sith, the mystic, the spiritual, kind of the cosmic battle with light and dark. I kind of think of that as the Luke Skywalker story. And then there's kind of the down, like the smugglers and the bounty hunters and the kind of the seedy underworld of the of the Star Wars galaxy, with the kind of the rogues and the charm and the adventure. And I kind of think of that as the Han Solo story. And then there is the political element, the story about this rebellion rising up against a fascist dictatorship and against tremendous odds, fighting for the freedom of the galaxy and, the war that ensues. And I kind of think of that as the Leia Organa story in many respects. Now, obviously, all those characters cross over, into each other's stories. That is one of the reasons why the original trilogy is so indelible. But this flavor of Andor, is most definitively grounded in the third one, the story of the rebellion, and it has very little of, has a little bit of the the underworld as story, but almost none of the the Jedi and the Sith as mentioned. And again, that just took me a little bit of getting used to, because again, that's kind of my preferred flavor. But I've come to appreciate more and more and more just how essential and well told, like, this corner of the Star, like what Andor is doing. For not just that particular sect of the Star Wars story, but all of Star Wars, because it really is the story about how does this thing that we're so familiar with from the very beginning of the first ever Star Wars in 1977, like our first lines, it is a period of civil war. Rebel spies striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the Galactic Empire. And obviously, that was kind of the conceit of Rogue One, of which this show is a direct prequel. By showing us that the kind of the unsung heroes whose names we now know, who struck that first blow against the Empire. And this show goes back even further and shows us the origin of one of those heroes, Cassian Andor, by ultimately drilling down to, tell us what makes a rebel. And one of the constant refrains throughout this series, a character of Vel says, everyone has their own rebellion. And one of the things I've come to appreciate more and more is the story of how this man, Cassian Andor, who was, probably the secondary protagonist of Rogue One, with Jyn Erso being the lead. How did he get to the place that we see him in Rogue One, where, as he said, he has done terrible things in the name of the rebellion and he needs to believe it's worth it. And I have a feeling we'll be seeing some of those terrible things in season 2 that he has to do. But I think that this first season was actually the most essential chapter of the entire series, which is it showed us how did this man essentially come to realize that this conflict, this fight that he says in Rogue One he's been in since he's 6 years old. Why is this a battle worth fighting? And I think that was, again, not necessarily what I was expecting from the show. I think I was expecting more of the straight spycraft from the start. And perhaps it would have been that in an earlier iteration, because I believe Stephen Schiff, who had done The Americans, a show I love dearly, was originally the lead producer on the show before Tony Gilroy kind of took it over. But what Tony Gilroy did in taking us back to Cassian's origins, I think, was essential, because it showed us that he is a man who did not initially believe in this cause, and he thought, as he says, he thought it was useless, But watching him essentially get radicalized over the course of this show, and I mean that in a good way, having his eyes open to the suffering of the galaxy. It makes him one of the most relatable protagonists, I think, in almost any Star Wars story, because he does not have superpower, he does not have the Force, he does not have a lot of incredible physical prowess or anything like that, but he just is tough, he is smart, and he has people he cares about, and ultimately he has things he believes in, and over the course of this series he learns to fight for them. And I think that is, one of the reasons why, the final image and the final lines of this series always, of this season, I should say, always send chills down my spine and brings a tear to my eye, because the journey that he goes on in this season is just truly extraordinary.
Yeah, I want to just gush about Diego Luna, as a way to, sort of kick off the meat of our discussion, because I'll be perfectly honest, even though I think he did, and especially in retrospect, I think he did a great job in Rogue One, but I was not necessarily super pulled in by the character of Cassian. And part of that, I think, is because for much of the movie, he's in sort of direct opposition to the character of Jyn, who is our central protagonist, who we like. And so I had a bit of a tough time connecting with the character. I will say that from the opening moments of this series, none of that was a factor. I was immediately pulled in and connected with him. And maybe it is because this is his story, but also because I think just because we have sort of the width and breadth of this series to sort of be with Cassian and to see what he's going through and to see the pain of everything, that he's gone through over the course of his life. And just from those opening first couple of minutes up to when, he kills the two guards, the two security officers, especially the second one, when he pulls that trigger, you can see the look in his eyes of like that haunting look, and you're immediately just pulled in by this guy, and it's all down to Diego Luna's just absolutely magnetic performance. I just thought he was absolutely incredible throughout this entire series, and some of the stuff that he does throughout the series, there's a lot of times when he's actually got minimal dialogue, and it's just through the expression in his face and his eyes. One of my favorite parts of his performance is when he's first brought into Narkina 5, and you can see like it's, part of what's going on with him is he's absolutely terrified. He's on edge, but he's also trying to take in as much information as he possibly can, to store in use for the future. and it's just a million different things going on behind those Cassian eyes, and it's just, it's been really interesting because I've sort of seen Diego Luna over the years in smaller performances as he's kind of come up. I remember one of the first things I saw him in was the Western Open Range. He was just like a kid in that. And it's just been so amazing to see him progress until like this is a full-on like amazing lead performance. That just like I'm just blown away by the sort of the gravitas and the magnetism that he brings to it, and watching Rogue One has never been the same since the series came out, and it's going to get even better after season 2. And yeah, it's just amazing, what he brought to this, and his interactions with all the different characters. He makes me weep in all his scenes with Marva. It's so good, and yeah, I tip my cap to Diego Luna because I'm sure he poured his heart and soul into Rogue One, but he's done even more here, and he's made himself just an absolute, like, one of the sort of, I'm trying to think of the word I'm searching for, just the most integral, important, astonishing parts of the Star Wars saga. And all in a character who does, as you said, is not in any way connected to the Force, or anything, magical or anything, unless you count the little period of time that he's carrying around a kyber crystal. But aside from that, yeah, it's just astonishing. And Cassian Andor has become one of my favorite characters of this whole saga.
Yeah. He has made Diego Luna has made Cassian Andor into a new Star Wars icon, I think, in many ways. And we won't dwell too much on the awards things, but like for instance, like this show got nominated for Best Drama Series at the Emmys the year, richly deserving, I believe. But I was always disappointed that Diego Luna was not nominated for a Best Actor in a drama series along with it, because even though this series has an incredible supporting cast, he is the heart of the show. He is the titular character, and I hope that perhaps they'll get him for season 2. But even if they don't, I just think that this is one of the best performances in any Star Wars project. It's as you said, like I thought I've always thought Diego Luna was an excellent actor, even from his like baby face days and things like E2 Mama Tambien alongside Maribel Verdú and Gael Garcia Bernal. But I
will admit there's been times that I've seen him like when he was younger and stuff where I'm just kind of like, he had this a lot of times it depended on the character, but sometimes there was an air of, oh, fuck this guy. Because he had a tendency sometimes to play characters who were a little bit, I don't want to say annoying, but like had this way about them. And like I said, I'm not saying anything against Diego Luna. Those are the characters he was playing. But I think he hadn't been really given the chance to play somebody with the gravitas of Cassian Andor.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, like, it's also notable that, like, English is not his first language, so like he's doing all this in his.
Which, if I'm completely honest, like, and this is on me, this is a journey I've been on. What made his appearance in Rogue One such a big deal was because here was someone who does not look or sound like, what heroes in Star Wars traditionally have been, which let's just go ahead and say it. He's not your standard white dude. And his voice is very distinct. And maybe that was, I'm not proud of it, but maybe that was part of the reason why I had a little trouble connecting to the character, which, oh, poor me. What was me? But what I like is the fact that I've gone on this sort of journey with him as an actor and him as a character. And through this series, I've just realized what an astonishing job he's done with this character. And that's good. That's what should happen. That's, I think, putting it bluntly, sort of white people just need to, sort of accept that not everybody looks and sounds like us, and that needs to become more of a norm to be accepted in cinema and in all kinds of storytelling. So even that journey that I've kind of been on, and yeah, so I get through this and I'm like, oh my God, he's just like one of the best actors, one of the best characters that the saga has ever had.
No, and part of that is, as we said, we get to spend so much time with him, like in these formative moments throughout the course of this season. Rogue One, he, is as excellent as it is. It's a 2 hour and 20-minute movie, of which Cassian is not the main character. And also, like, it's notable that, like, we're introduced to him. One of the very first things we see him do is basically kill an ostensible ally of his to try and prevent him from falling into being captured by the Imperial hands. And like, that is something that we typically don't see heroes in Star Wars do. Yeah. But that is his story, that, like, throughout the course of that movie is, essentially learning to, not just be a weapon, and learning to again be like more of a fighter, that for something he believes in. And that is, and it's telling that, like, we start off in this series with him actually, not really believing in much of anything other than, his family and his friends. And that tells us that, like, he's always had kind of a darker edge, because again, this character, this series also opens up with him killing two people. Granted, in this case, they're people who are, direct adversaries to him, or who are shaking him down.
Yeah, I think there is a difference here, because in Rogue One, we open up with him killing an ally who is going to get him caught.
Yes.
Not a great first impression to the audience. But in this, we open up and he's actually searching for his sister, which is something that we can all sort of, empathize with. And then he's harassed by these two security officers in a very true to life scenario. And one of them he kills by accident. And the other one, because if he doesn't, he's fucked. So still not an objectively good thing to do, but we understand why he does it. And of course, I do just want to say, like, in every Cassian Andor really is I don't want to get on George Lucas's case too much, but he really is, refuting at every turn let's make sure Han is a good guy and didn't shoot first, because Cassian shoots first a lot.
Yes, which I kind of think is like one of the central like conceits of the character. It's as we said, atypical for a Star Wars hero. Like like Luke, obviously, like Luke Skywalker has killed people, but like the entire thrust of Luke's arc is in the original trilogy is that he ultimately chooses to put his weapon down. He chooses not to kill this person, his father, who he could kill and strike down in anger, and in doing so fall to the dark side. Cassian, again, not being traditionally force sensitive, although the force flows through us all, as we know, he doesn't have time for that kind of stuff. And I think, and it's because he has lived a very different life, basically, even before, one of the brilliant things that the first episode does is along with the kind of the main story that is kind of introducing us to Ferrix and the kind of the central thrust of what will become the main story arc for the show. It also takes us back. It goes into Cassian's childhood, and it shows us that bond that he has with his sister and his tribe, and his homeworld, and how he loses them,
and there's been shit that has gone on in that world that we have not been privy to.
Famously, like we don't see any of their parents. There are no adults in that tribe, and there's obviously this huge like mine over there that like makes us believe that somehow this world is probably being exploited for resources, and maybe that's where all the adults went. But Cassian, like, going back again to that line in Rogue One where he says that, like, I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old. This movie kind of recontextualizes that a bit, because it tells us that, like, clearly he was not, like a child soldier, in that way, but he was, essentially suffering at, it seems like even before the Republic became the Empire, he was suffering at the hands of like what that government would become. And he has, lost a tremendous amount. And it's a testament, one of the other great virtues of Star Wars, in addition to themes of hope and choice, is the idea of found family. And one of the things that ultimately makes Cassian sympathetic to Cassian in this opening arc is we see that he actually has found a family that is not necessarily a family by blood, but is in many respects a family by choice. And like Marva is not his biological mother and Clem is not his biological father, but it's very clear that they are his parents. And even though he, like, Brasso is not his brother, he by blood, but they have a very brotherly relationship. And Bix, it's implied obviously that there's some romantic history there, but there's also just sincere, like there's this very sincere bond that has even outlived that, even though there's kind of a spark, I think, from season 2 that's implied that it may, may become off again, on again thing, maybe on again in season 2.
And I'm just going to take a moment to, praise everything about Miss Adria Arjona.
Yes.
She's great. Which, again, I'm going to say, if any of y'all have not seen Good Omens, she's in the first season of that, and I'll just say that it's when I first fell in love.
Yeah, and I will put in a plug for that I did on our Oscar stream a few weeks back for the movie Hitman, which she is also in, and it gets to be very sexy.
But I will say, like, she gets put through the ringer in the season of the show, and oh god, yeah. Just the stuff later in the season. It's needless to say, Miss Arjona gives an absolutely astonishing performance. That's like, just like, and in the early episode, she's great with this back and forth with Cassian and establishing their relationship, and not like, and giving him shit for for stuff. But then just when she comes under the thumb of the Empire, it's just the things that she endures. I want her to be kicking some ass and taking names this season, hopefully, and I imagine that good things won't be awaiting her in the end, but who knows? Maybe everybody from the show was secretly at the Battle of Endor.
Yeah. Except Cassian, he has his last stand earlier, but yeah, I mean, I think Adria Arjona's performance in this series is extraordinary, and even though it's some of the darkest material and most heartbreaking and upsetting stuff that she has to go through once she's captured by the Empire. But I also found just the way that she ultimately starts to emerge from that in the finale to be some of the most beautiful, rendered moments of acting in the entire show. And I think that ultimately looks like she's going to be a larger part of season 2. I think she will be kicking some ass. I think she will be, all in with the rebellion alongside Cassian.
I love that shot of her and Cassian just walking away and then the bomb going off in the background. It's like, yeah.
Cool rebels don't look at explosions. And again, I also do think that there will be, at least a more directly established romantic connection between the two characters. But I am
when she's had fully enough time to get over Tim.
Oh, Tim, we'll get to Tim and his socks and his narking. But yes, but I am also, as we said, I'm very worried for Bix because she's not in Rogue One, so does that, and Cassian seems to be in a pretty dark place, so I'm very concerned for characters that we have come to love.
On the one hand, I'm like, but we went through this with Ahsoka. Oh, Ahsoka's not in episode 3, but then again, Tony Gilroy is not Dave Filoni. No. so yeah, I'm a bit more worried for Bix.
Yeah, no, I mean, famously, Rogue One, everyone does. so that is, so I'm concerned about it, but ultimately, I have such confidence that if Bix does meet her end in season 2, it will be on her terms because we've established that she is truly has an unbreakable spirit in many respects, and she is a true heroine, and we'll get to see that in season 2. Even though in this season, she has a different battle to fight than Cassian, but ultimately, she is still very much, she's a citizen of Ferrix, just as Cassian is, as Marva is, and as Brasso is, and that bond and their love for each other and for their home, is ultimately the thing that is the spark that ignites the flame of rebellion for this corner of the Star Wars galaxy. So that fire will be spreading in season 2, and I think Miss Bix Kaleem will be doing some of that spreading in style.
Yeah. And speaking of family, so talk about this little dude.
Oh,
B2 emo.
See, even when I was not struggling, but again, a little bit slower to warm up to Andor in the first 3 episodes, this was the character that I was in love with from the jump. B2 emo. He just from the moment he he just rolls onto screen, and the moment we hear his kind of wavering voice, and the fact that he is just so damn puppy. It's incredible, and Star Wars, pretty much every Star Wars project that's come out in this era, introduces a new droid character. Obviously Rogue One had a great one with K2SO, who we'll get to in the connections there, but I think B2 Emo is one of the best droids that this era of Star Wars has given us. He is just truly a unique creation and so damn lovable.
Yeah, I mean, uh, yeah, I need you to make a lie for me. I have sufficient power for a lie. It's like, oh, he needs power, to
Yeah.
muster up a lie. Yeah, no,
And
it's just he's so cute and so adorable, and it's so heartbreaking. Then when like the episode when Marva dies, just yeah, he's like a little puppy. That's exactly what he is, and yeah, it's just and the way they show sort of through the water glass or whatever it is that's sort of on him in that episode to make it look like he's looking through tears. It's just, oh god, this show.
he lives up to his name, he's very emotional, and that's a good thing for a droid. I love that scene you mentioned where he's like, I know it takes a lot of energy, but can you make a lie for me? I can lie. I have adequate power reserves. He's like, don't tell anybody you saw me. Don't tell anyone where I am. And then he pauses it for a moment. That's 2 lies. I will have to recharge it.
But then Cassian's like, take your time getting home. Yeah, like Cassian does not take him for granted. He cares so much about B2.
Yeah. And B2, just like the fact that like he's got like a kind of a stutter, and that he is, he moves around, quite slowly and deliberately, but like anytime Cassian arrives at home, he's just like Cassian. It's so adorable. And I love like it's funny, like the first thing we see him do when he's trundling down the street is when one of the actual Star Wars dogs tries to just to take a leak on him, and he electrocutes it and so he can handle himself, even though he's not the most mobile of droids. But yeah, his bond with Marva, even though like obviously she, at times can get frustrated with him, like the fact that he's always charging, and she's like, but when she passes away,
and then, but it's like at one point where he says, "Can I speak now?" No.
No. Yeah, but that moment when after Marva's death and Brasso, and Brasso's like, he's like, she wouldn't want you to be here alone. He's like, I don't want to be alone. I want Marva. And you're just like, I don't know if my heart's ever broken more for a droid in Star Wars than that moment.
Yeah, John. Oh, and speaking of, we got to talk about Fiona Shaw as Marva. My relationship with Fiona Shaw has been fraught through my years of growing up. She has not always been a role model for me. I'm talking about her characters, of course. I think she was. I remember she was in the Super Mario Brothers movie. She was evil in that. She was a horrible, mother figure as Aunt Petunia in Harry Potter. Yeah, but in this, oh god, she is so strong and she is so kick-ass, and she doesn't take shit from anybody, even her significant other. And yeah, and just I mean, we can save her big moment for later in the discussion, but yeah, just the way she interacts with the the Primor, thugs, and play his mind games with them, and then when Cassian comes back later and saying that she's not going anywhere, she's gonna stay and fight, which at the time, when we're watching the show, that seems like such a outlandish concept for somebody who's as old as she is, to sort of have that kind of resolve, but it's just what makes her such an incredible, audacious character. And I don't think any of us expected what was coming at the very end of the series. But yeah, it's just one like I'll just be saying this over and over because the whole cast is so fucking brilliant. But she is like one of the best parts of this series, and such an inspiring person. Just holy shit.
Yeah, no, I mean she's a rebel, as Bix says, and she had, even though like she has lost a lot over the course of her life. Again, she is not allowed it to break her spirit, and in many respects, she is she is perhaps the truest reason that Cassian becomes the hero that he is. Because as mentioned, she is not his biological mother, but the strength and the spirit that she passed on to him, and the way that she, even in death, can inspire him, is something that I will always carry forward with the character. When I think about him in Rogue One and and especially in this season, upcoming season, because as you said, like, I mean, Fiona Shaw is a great actress, but obviously when we most tend to associate her with characters like Petunia Dursley, we are not necessarily thinking that she's going to be one of the emotional hearts of this series, but she is, because she just has, she is the one who ultimately. Is, as they, a daughter of Ferrix, one of its most beloved citizens, and she becomes the symbol of what she, most desperately wanted, which is, to inspire this people that she loves, this community, and the people that she loves, most of all, her son, to rise up and fight back. And I just as you said, we'll gush about her big moment near the end of the series, but even just like little moments that she has throughout the series, like when Cassian comes home in episode 7, and she tells him that she's not going, and she is trying to impart the reason he needs to understand why, and he's like, I don't understand. She's like, you'll see. And then, and the moment where she when he's like I can't leave, I'll be worried about you all the time, and the way she just smiles and says, that's just love, nothing you can do about that. and honestly, again, in a testament to one of my absolute favorite lines of hers is a line that she doesn't even speak, which is the lines that she passes on to Brasso, to pass on to Cassian. That entire speech, oh my God, that whole thing about tell him this, none of this is his fault. It was already burning. He's just the first spark of the fire. Tell him he knows everything he needs to know and feels everything he needs to feel. And when those two come together, he will be on an unstoppable force for good. Tell him I love him more than anything he could ever do wrong. Oh my God.
Which
that's not thing.
Which is honestly all a son or any child that wants to hear from their mother. That's secretly, I think, all we ever want. Just to know that no matter how much we fucked up, you still love us. I was going to say real quick, she did have a role that sort of prepared me to see her in a more positive light. She was in Colette. She played Colette's mother. She was very kind and sweet in that. So
I remember that. It's especially we'll be getting to another Colette alum who shows up in this series, who gets to play a very different tact.
Yeah, but oh God, yeah. But oh God, yeah. Yeah, so, and I do want to say we'll say more about him later on as well, but Brasso, man.
He's a real one. That's really all you can see.
He's a real one, and in the words of Samuel L. Jackson, he's a badass motherfucker.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. The actor's name, like this is a case of like what this show does so well, which is the fact that like obviously there are many renowned actors who we'd seen in many things. This man Joplin Siptan, I had never seen him in anything, or at least hadn't recalled it, and he just immediately became one of my favorite characters. And also, he has perhaps one of the single most iconic moments of the entire show, which is the and one of my favorite gifts from any Star Wars project, which is him using Marva's brick to strike a fascist in the face and then roar with like just rage and rebellious rage, and it's just like, you do not want to fuck with this guy.
Oh god, and the message that sends is just just wonderful. Yeah, so yeah, I feel guilty about not just wallowing and talking about every character for a really long amount of time, but this is such a huge ensemble. I want to make sure we talk about everybody, and we can talk about story points along the way. Let's talk about the thorn in Cassian's side in the beginning of this story. Not so much through the later bits, even though he may have delusions of grandeur. Mr. Cyril Karn. And here is the buddy the buddy comedy we all want.
Oh god.
No, he's so, you like Cyril as a Cyril the character is absolutely awful. but Kyle Soller, the performance he gives is just it's so good. But he's the worst.
Yeah, no,
but there's people who are worse than him as well. So yeah, so you can't help but feel for him a little bit, especially once he goes home.
Oh man, I mentioned that Kyle Soller, who plays Cyril, is so great. I mentioned that the show is not the funniest Star Wars project we've gotten, and it's not. But a lot of the best comedy actually comes from Cyril, and it's very pitched in like kind of a dark tone, because yes, he is ultimately he's a little fascist. He's a wannabe fascist in many ways. It's like he wants to be part of the Empire, even though they don't really have the time of day for him for at least most of this series. But he also, like as you said, he kind of has that put upon quality that ultimately makes him relatable in certain ways, even though we don't like or endorse his beliefs. But like he just ultimately he is, like, to his very minimal credit, he's playing a law enforcement officer who's trying to find a murderer. It's just
and I want to say, this is what this series does so well, is it actually puts it's a weird thing to say, but it puts these horrible fascist characters into scenarios which we can identify with, and makes us root for them up to a point. And then it's like in the case of another character, that point becomes, oh no, she's the worst kind of horrible fascist, murderous, horrible person imaginable. And in the case of Cyril, he is perfectly willing to prop up this system that is, wreaking so much havoc on the galaxy, so long as he can further his own his own personal ambitions, and also like he has this deranged sense of right and wrong, of that he wants to, like, never mind the fact that he's working for this horrible fascist government, but he's not going to let murder go unpunished. The murder of some fellow fascists. But on sort of a ground level, it does read as, this investigator who is trying to get to the bottom of a murder that took place of two co-workers. And so, like, surface level, it seems like, it's, if you're doing a comparison between him and his boss, who is a Game of Thrones alumni,
Yes.
He's the more conscientious about his work, definitely. But it's just like, don't fall into the trap of thinking that he has admirable qualities because of that, because he really is awful.
Yeah. No, I mean, like that scene that you refer to is one of the things that not endears us to Cyril, because again, he's kind of hard to like, but it is kind of what kind of gives us the context for what he's up against in his own little battle of being the hero of his own story. The fact that he stays up all night writing this report to try and do his job to find for these two employees who were killed, and then he takes it to his boss, the great Rupert Vanistart, playing Chief Inspector Hyde.
Like, even though he very often does not play very good people, but I've always loved him for some reason. It's just like his sort of sarcastic wit that he brings to every role.
No, I mean, like he's obviously he's probably best known, certainly to us, as Bronze Jan Royce in Game of Thrones, and he's a good guy in that.
Yeah, he's decent enough in that.
He can be a little pompous, but his heart's in the right place. But Chief Inspector Hyde very much is not. Like, the fact that like this scene had some of my favorite early dialogue in the show, when he's like, when he's basically like, this incident has all the bearings of what I like to refer to as a regrettable misadventure. I want you to conjure a suitable accident. Nothing too heroic. We don't need a parade. I imagine they died doing something, rushing to help aid someone in distress. Something, very not inspiring, but in kind of a mundane sort of way. and then he goes on to say, like, he's like, "You look stricken, Deputy Inspector. Are you enjoying my meeting here?" Trying, sir. and the fact that he could, and it's notable that actually in these first 3 episodes, like, we actually really don't see what we traditionally think of as the Empire. There are no like stormtroopers. It's mostly the Pre-Mor, who obviously work under the Empire. But in this scene, we kind of get a sense of the way things are working when Chief Inspector Hyde's basically like, when I said, this was bad timing, I wasn't referring to the fact you stayed up all night doing this. It's that I'm on my way to an Imperial Regional Command review where I will be asked to give a report on our crime rates. And the point of that report, if you are ever so fortunate as to give it, is brevity. It's like they're basically just they're paper pushers trying to keep the Empire out of their business, which of course they fail to do, because Cyril is like a dog with a bone who can't let this go, and he kind of just screws up everything for Priox Morlana, which again, we don't really feel bad for. We're not inclined to feel bad for this company that's implied is pretty terrible, but the Empire's worse. So
yeah, it's like. And this is when you get into in a time of like tyranny and oppression, what's what's worse, the sort of bureaucrats who are going along with the fascist regime, or the fascist regime itself. And it's.
Yeah.
But as we can see, the Pre-Mor officers, like, they're pretty awful people in general too, because they've been given license by the Empire to be thugs and and terrible people. We don't feel sorry for that organization. We certainly don't feel that sorry for Cyril.
Oh God, no! And actually, like one of my absolute favorite scenes and line readings in the entire show comes, I believe, in episode 4 when Lieutenant Supervisor Blevin comes to basically tear down these Premor people who have seriously. But yeah, and he gets the line where, like, Chief Inspector Hine he looks stricken. He's like, "But I've had nothing to do with this," and then Blevin's contempt is just dripping off the screen. He said, "Well, exactly. It took the combined ingredients of idiocy, ineptitude, and total disengagement for this farce to have reached the full apex of incredulous disaster." Seriously? Like, I remember just thinking that was that was so funny and so
well, and
it's
it's a good time to mention, and I don't think anybody would disagree with this, and this is not saying anything against other Star Wars shows, but I think this is the best written of the Star Wars shows. Like the dialogue is just top notch throughout the entire series, and yeah, and just and that's the thing. Like, no, it doesn't have like the type of humor like, oh, rolling on the floor laughing, but it's filled with wit like throughout the series, and like it is, and so the dialogue is just like alternates between just sort of really fun in that way, and then just kind of like, oh, holy shit, so yeah, I just, it's absolutely incredible. We haven't even gotten to the speeches yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree. This is definitely, like, in terms of dialogue, and probably also in terms of theme and characters. I agree that this is the best written Star Wars project. George Lucas famously, has said that, like, he didn't really enjoy writing dialogue. Tony Gilroy does. That is kind of what he was known for with some of his more previous work, like Michael Clayton. So, he is like obviously the big speeches that we'll be celebrating later are kind of like the signature moments, but again, it's also just moments like this, like little flares of the lines where he could have just said, basically, like, he's basically just saying, like, "You idiots, you've completely messed this up," but instead he gets a character to say, "It took the combined ingredients of idiocy, ineptitude, and total disengagement for this farce to have reached the full apex of incredulous disaster," which, again, I just find like that is like poetry in motion here.
Which, but and that's exactly the kinds of things that people of the empires say, and and that's before we even get to Daddy Partagas.
We will have to talk about him in detail, because it's weird to say, he is probably in a weird way one of the most likable imperials we've ever seen, even though he's also a horrible fascist.
Yeah, and that's again the sort of trap with the show of, like, it shows us the sort of horrifying, mundane quality of fascism, of, at the end of the day, that showing us that the institutions, they're doing these absolutely horrible things, but then they're also just going about their day doing sort of jobs, but it's the horrifying reality of what those jobs are. And I think that that's what makes it feel so grounded in reality in a truly terrifying way. And might, I don't know, be educational for some people to pay attention to, perhaps. But okay, I want to shift to talking about someone else who comes into the picture in the first arc before we start getting into everybody else who follows, and that is the great Stellan Skarsgård as Luthen Rael. Oh my god! I mean, I've always loved Stellan Skarsgård, but just he took it to another level here, and he's just. I mean, what can you say about Luthen? He's he is like, you know, he's the architect of the rebellion that, is, doomed to not not survive the effort. You know, it would be pretty shocking to see that he comes through season 2 alive.
Yeah.
It's I don't see that happening, just because he is one of the major examples of he's not around. He would be
Mhm.
in some form if he made it out. So yeah, we'll be saying goodbye to Luthen in season 2, but just such a morally complex character, um, and really kind of is in large part, what gives this story just its complexity, and the fact that this is a man who will not follow some sort of strict moral code like many of our heroes will in the later stories. He is basically doing the dirty work that needs doing to pave the way for the Mon Mothmas, the Leia Organas, the Luke Skywalkers, and yeah, I mean, his performance is just off the charts, crazy,
Yeah. No,
fantastic.
if Diego Luna wasn't doing such an incredible job as the lead of this show, like Stellan Skarsgård as Luthen very easily could have just completely stolen the show and overwhelmed, almost every other aspect of it because he's just that good. And this is honestly, I think, one of the best things he's ever done. Even
Yeah,
though he's a storied actor as he is. And he's an incredibly unique character for Star Wars. As you mentioned, like we are familiar with the traditional rebel leaders of essentially Leia Organa and Mon Mothma, who are very noble and principled characters. And we also, have, characters like Admiral Akbar and, General Jan Dodonna. And all these characters are very, like, kind of morally righteous in their approach and to the evil that they're fighting. And we love that about them. But Luthen shows us the darker side of what it takes to create a rebellion against this fascist empire. And then when people talk about like the maturity of this show and the realism of this show, most of what they really tend to focus on, or one of the first things they tend to bring up, is the character of Luthen, and specifically his iconic speech that he gives in episode 10. But it's well earned because he is a character we have never seen in Star Wars before, a character who is essentially, as he says, using the tools of his enemy to defeat them. And he's doomed to do it. He is a character who has absolutely no illusions about what it is that he is doing or the lines that he is willing to cross. And that makes him, in many respects, a shocking character for some of our heroes to bump up against. Like, honestly, some of Genevieve O'Reilly's best moments are when she just is playing utterly aghast and shocked at what
oh,
Luthen is doing.
it's their scene in episode 7 announcement is just so good when she comes in guns blazing, accusing him of having something to do with Aldani, but then when she actually realizes that he truly was behind it, and his purpose behind it, and what he wants, she is just horror stricken. Like, do you have any idea what you started? People will suffer. And he says, that's the plan. And oh god, and he's a different character from, say, even from Saw Gerrera, who Saw has a history of, like, he fashions himself as the only one with clarity of purpose. But really, all what Saw does is just strikes out in anger at every Imperial target he can see, and he, like, Luthen is very much more about, like, he will sign off on terrible things to be done, but there's a structure and a planning behind it. And he's not going to do something just to do it. There has to be a lot of thought behind it. Saw has a history of not thinking things through that clearly. And so it is funny because we paint, Luthen as this, this show's sort of dark, morally complex figure, but then even he's like, calm down, Saw. Saw is like, he's too much for everybody, and that's what we kind of love about him. But yeah, it does make Luthen a very singular Star Wars character, because as he himself says, he burns his life for sunrise he knows he'll never see. He does not expect to make it out of this, and he's working for someone else's future. And so he's at equal turns an inspiring figure, but also someone who makes us question whether we should trust him or put him up on a pedestal, or anything like that. He makes us ask a lot of difficult questions about the nature of standing up and the nature of rebellion. And the tricky thing is, like, asking yourself, we like, the sort of morally upright heroes, but then we have to ask, but is someone like Luthen really necessary? And it's not an easy question to answer in the end. But that's just what makes him so fascinating.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is, in many respects, I think of him as, he is a devil who is on the side of the angels in many respects. And he is a devil because he has made himself one, because he has chosen to be, because that's what he thinks he has to be. He is also, another word I would think could apply to him, is Machiavellian. He is very he is someone who truly sees perhaps the biggest picture of any of the characters in this show. And he is, like, whether or not, we will come to learn that this officially or not, he is in many respects the father of the rebellion. And I think that because, as he says in that speech, he basically he wakes up every day to the equation that he wrote 15 years ago, that I am damned for what I do. And part of that is because I'm curious if we'll learn more about his backstory in season 2, or if it will come to or will be in a book later, like the Mask of Fear series. That there will be 2 more books.
Yeah, we may get that story in the sequels.
Yeah.
to the Mask of Fear.
So. Yeah, because my headcanon, at least at this point, is that the character that Luthen presents himself as in the public life, this kind of magnanimous shop owner of antiquities, very gregarious and very, unassuming, but, always eager to help and to please. I kind of think that was once who he once actually was. I don't think that's a persona that he created for him, for himself, just as part of as a cover. I think perhaps that may have been, he may have been like a rich citizen, who was living kind of in, a carefree life in that way. But clearly something changed. Whether it was a personal loss or an indignity or an atrocity that he could not overlook, something happened to turn him into this man that we now see before us. And he has never once looked back, it seems. And I kind of, the reason I like that interpretation is I kind of think he now wears the cloak of perhaps the person he once was as his cover, to ultimately, continue to, like, essentially hide in plain sight, and orchestrate the beginnings of this incredible network that will become the rebellion, and to do it all right under Palpatine's nose. And I personally think that that is kind of where, again, the line, everyone has their own rebellion, whatever Luthen's rebellion was, like, it radicalized him to such an extent that, as he said, he doesn't even care about not only his life, but his soul anymore, because he just believes that strongly in the cause. And that makes him a very interesting counterpoint to someone like Cassian, because, as we said, Cassian starts off this series, essentially not believing in much of anything other than his immediate, family and friends. And Luthen is kind of the character who ultimately, draws, starts to shape him, starts to essentially mold him. And even though they go through a stretch in this season where Luthen is trying to kill him, out of self-preservation, ultimately, Cassian in many ways becomes Luthen's, pupil, and that's where we leave them at the end of this season, because Cassian never meets Mon Mothma at least in this season. It's Luthen it was his point of entry into the rebellion. And I kind of wonder if it might mean that when Luthen meets his unlikely end in season 2, I kind of think Cassian is going to be the one who has to pull the trigger.
Oh, I don't know if I can handle that. So we'll see. I will say that I really like the fact that this show really turns the sort of the trope of the mentor figure on its head, whereas we start off getting that familiar story of this mentor figure is going to take on the central character, but the fact that then it quickly turns into, no, actually I made a mistake with this kid, now we've got to kill him. And that most of the season is actually Cassian kind of on the run from numerous people, but including Luthen. And it's really only at the end when Cassian has then been fully radicalized to the cause on his own terms, through his own experiences, that then he comes to Luthen and has that great final line of "kill me or take me in." It's just it's so good. And I don't think I want Cassian to be the one that has to kill Luthen. I don't want that. I don't know what I want, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure it'll shock me regardless.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily want it either. I just think it might make the most thematic sense, because if Luthen is going to have to meet his end, as he says, like, he's kind of a character who is probably not going to get, the credit for that he, may deserve for having, forged or started the rebellion. That means his end is probably going to be something a little bit more ignominious. But it may be that, whether or not it's Cassian, needs to do it or wants to do it, it could, given the fact that Luthen kind of made Cassian or shaped Cassian into the rebel that he becomes, and ultimately we know that Cassian goes on to do a lot of dark and terrible things, for the rebellion. And I doubt that Mon Mothma is the one sending him on those missions. It makes sense that, to me, that perhaps one of the deeds that Cassian says that he regrets and that he had to do in rebellion is perhaps to kill the man who essentially brought him into this life, and maybe even with Luthen's blessing in a weird way. Like, if Luthen, say, falls into the hands of the Empire and Cassian has to, take the shot that he doesn't take in Rogue One, I think that could be incredibly powerful. But I don't know if that's what's going to happen. It's just me thinking about the fact that we're probably going to lose Stellan Skarsgård in season 2, and I just want it to be a sufficiently powerful ending.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay, I'm trying to think what I want to go on to next. Let's go ahead and talk about that other Colette alumni. Let's let's talk about the actually no, I take that we're gonna get to her soon, but since we mentioned her, let's talk about Mon Mothma. Genevieve O'Reilly. I think this is something that we've all been really waiting for her to get the opportunity to really shine, playing this role. That Genevieve O'Reilly, who got her start with the character in those Revenge of the Sith deleted scenes. And it's been a long road for her to then get brought back for Rogue One, and then to get to voice the character in Rebels, and then to wind up, really getting a chance to fully, define the character in this series. It was just so rewarding, just to watch her in this. And to see her play so many different emotions, and we'll talk about Perrin, and her wonderful, sweet daughter. But I'm just so happy for her, because it's been a long road with this character, and I'm super excited to see what she gets to play in season 2. Because things are going to be amping up in season 2. And yeah, it's just, and I'm so glad that now she's also playing this character in more and more things. She popped up in Ahsoka, and I have a feeling we'll be getting more appearances from her in other things, especially since it's a little, as we get into like the big screen adventures that, in the Mandoverse, I don't know if she'll be in The Mandalorian and Grogu, but one thing that's when we eventually get to Dave Filoni's big, film, which, when they sort of really take on the threat of Thrawn, one imagines that she'll play a role in that, since it's a little bit harder to get like Leia and Luke and Han, in there. So, yeah, but she's fantastic in this. We talked about that, her moments of horror, in those conversations with Luthen, and then as the series draws on, the sort of realization of what she's going to have to sacrifice personally for the rebellion. There's no other way to put it. She's astonishing.
I mean, Genevieve O'Reilly is so spectacular in this role. And as you said, it's so gratifying to see her get to play this character of Mon Mothma with this amount of range, because, it is, as you said, been a long road. The fact that she was originally cast as Mon Mothma for Revenge of the Sith, and then most of her scenes, unfortunately, wound up on the cutting room floor, along with the delegation of 2000, which unfortunately was some of Padme's best material as well. But the fact, like, I remember being absolutely thrilled when they brought her back for Rogue One, because that was an era where Lucasfilm and Disney were kind of shying a little bit more away from the prequels. And I was so thrilled not only to see Bail Organa, but I was like, oh my God, they brought back the actress who played Mon Mothma in Revenge of the Sith, Genevieve O'Reilly. And she doesn't, get to do a ton in that movie. She is very much more evoking the character who originally played Mon Mothma in the original trilogy, Caroline Blackiston. But with what she does in this show and what she goes on ultimately to do, as you said, in Ahsoka and some of the post-Return of the Jedi storytelling we have, I honestly think that this is probably on the very short list of the most successful recastings in Star Wars history. Might, and because ultimately, like, top of the list, I think about like Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi, but he's also playing like a younger version of the character. Genevieve O'Reilly is getting to play Mon Mothma not only in this pre-original trilogy era, but now the post-Return of the trilogy era, and the material that she has to work with is just amazing, because frankly, looking at her story on paper, you would not necessarily think it would be one of the most tense and exciting and riveting stories in this show that's ostensibly about, spycraft and, the origins of rebellion, because she's kind of dealing with, like banking stuff. but it's incredibly compelling because she makes it compelling, and because we feel the sensation ultimately of just how trapped she is in this life, living a double life as someone who has not yet chosen to openly defy Palpatine as she will, but someone who is committed to the cause of rebellion, but is having to move in the corridors of power and not let anyone know what she's doing. And the stress of that is rushing to her. And it makes the moments where she actually does get to, like show us the true spark, like that incredible scene she has with Tay Kolma in episode 7, where she reveals like the Mon Mothma that people think they know. It's a front, it's a lie. Smile. God, it's so good. And that's a testament not only to the writing, but just the way that Genevieve O'Reilly plays it.
Also, I just wanted to say something about Tay Kolma himself, played by Ben Miles. Just like, this is one of those, actors who, like, he had a part in The Crown, was something he was in recently, and it's just like, and he's been in other things, and it's kind of like one of those moments that sort of adds to the prestige quality of Andor, where you're like, oh, that guy's in this. Yeah, he's really good in those scenes with Mon Mothma. Yeah, I just love when they're sitting down on the couch, and as long as they think I'm an irritation, there's a good chance they'll miss what I'm really doing. What are you really doing? You're better off not knowing. And then Perrin's on his way over. He knows none of this. He's not to be trusted. And just the double take that Tay does in that moment, and like having to put on a relaxed face, that is such a great conspiratorial scene, and like that should have been like Genevieve O'Reilly's Emmy episode. And then she should have gotten nominated, but we can go on about that all day long. But just so good. Like, and I do think that's my favorite episode for her. But she's amazing, like all throughout, especially in I think like episode 11, that scene with Vel. It's just so amazing, and it's just so great to see this character who's sort of going through all this sort of personal trauma, but then also like having to do all these things in the shadows and undergoing all this great stress. It's so great to then have seen later stuff where she's at the forefront of the rebellion, and like that's why I really do want to get to see Genevieve O'Reilly deliver her big speech in live action. We can see it via hologram or whatever. The speech we got in Rebels. I definitely want to see that in some form in season 2. So fingers crossed for that. But yeah, it's just the journey this character goes on, and especially now reading Mask of Fear, seeing where she kind of starts off after the fall of the Republic, where she's not necessarily fully woken up to the reality yet of what the full scope of what's going on and how much power has been stripped from the Senate. And so it's what an incredible character, what an incredible arc, and God damn it, what a magnificent performance.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a performance worthy of the woman who will become the leader of the rebellion. We have a tendency to think about Leia, because she is obviously like a critical leader in the rebellion and one of our main heroes of the original trilogy. But Mon Mothma is the head of the rebellion in the original trilogy, even though she only has the one scene in Revenge of the Sith or Return of the Jedi, and she obviously goes on to become Chancellor of the New Republic. And this is where we get to see the origins of the character who will become, essentially Palpatine's chief political rival in that era, because she is, as she says in that scene, another great line from that scene in episode 7, even though she is ultimately a character who has her moral qualms about like some of the stuff that Luthen is doing, she has the line where she says, "I've learned from Palpatine. I show you the rock in my hand, you miss the knife at your throat." And what she is doing with essentially helping to fund the rebellion at this stage by using her own personal wealth at great personal risk to her, it's not the most like traditionally heroic thing, but it's every bit as, essential and brave of her to do this. And the weight of like when she realizes ultimately that she's falling kind of into a trap that she might not be able to get herself out of with this $400,000 that's missing, just and then the ultimately the route that she finds out of it, that is just some of her best moments where, as you said, she's just kind of sitting there like quietly speaking softly with tears in her eyes as she knows what she's about to do, because Luthen has kind of bluntly told her to like, you are going to basically like, Mom Mothma, you kind of want to keep your hands clean, but you're good if you actually want to fight this empire, if you want to fight what Palpatine's doing, at some point you're going to have to get your hands dirty. You're going to have to do something that you don't want to do because you find it morally reprehensible. And ultimately, that is a bridge that she does cross. She just does it in this incredibly unexpected way. Like when she has the line where she's talking to Bell, she's like, I believe I found a solution. And you know what that solution is. You're like, God, that is like, that is an incredible sacrifice that she is making.
And because we've built up the entire season showing the animosity and distaste between her and her betrothed, and now she's sentencing her daughter to the same thing, even though her daughter seems to want that kind of thing at this point in her life, but she may come to regret that.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what because as you said, we know for a fact, because Tony Gilroy has said it, and because of the timeline, that at some point in season 2, Mon Mothma will be essentially leaving the Senate, publicly denouncing Palpatine, and openly joining the Rebel Alliance. And again, characters we don't see in Rogue One or the original trilogy. Notably, we do not see her husband and her daughter. So, does she choose to leave them behind?
Just look at the way he is slouching there. Perrin is such a dick.
I think it may be safe to say that Star Wars fans, they can't agree on much, but Perrin seems to be like one of the most universally like there seems to be a common opinion about Perrin that every Star Wars fan shares, which is that he sucks. Obviously,
everything always have to be so sad and boring.
I mean, obviously, let's make it clear: the actor playing him, Alistair McKenzie, does a fantastic
he's
job.
So good.
But he's playing a character who is capital T the capital W worst. Because, as you say, he is the face of the uncaring in this in this relationship, and the fact that he's married to an incredibly principled woman in Mon Mothma, and they're constantly butting heads over this because they got married when they were 13 years old, when Perrin perhaps was a different person. She has the line, "Remember Perrin, the Academy firebrand?" He's like, "Oh, please," because at some point he clearly has just decided to check out on all of this. And her daughter, Lita, you get the sense that part of the reason she is the way that she is because of a classic thing that her mother, obviously, though her mother loves her very, very much, her mother is so publicly involved in caring about everywhere else that it's kind of the teenage response for the daughter to be like, well, what about me? why don't you care about me in that way? And so she has kind of started to rebel against her mother and side with her father, who is very just like, yeah, do whatever you want. Which honestly, it's frustrating because obviously we want better for Mon Mothma, and one of the like constant sources of humor is like essentially the internet's collective desire for Mon Mothma to have her quote hot girl summer, where she basically ditches Perrin and goes off to do whatever the hell she wants. Maybe she links up with Tay Colma for real. They do seem to have a spark.
Oh yeah, like I was gonna say, like that's just waiting for the right circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Oh god, and it's funny because I'm reading Mask of Fear and I haven't gotten very far, but what's funny is that actually the dynamic between her and Perrin seems to be better. At least at this point in the book. So I'm kind of, I guess it's one of those things that just got more and more poisoned as time went on.
Yeah.
But they actually seem to have a decent dynamic in the book. Not star-crossed lovers by any means, but they don't seem to loathe each other the way they do by this point in the story.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's kind of a similar thing that happened with Lita, where like Mon Mothma got so involved in caring about everywhere else, where Perrin was just kind of, as we kind of sometimes see in the real world, when you're faced with this level of like horror and atrocity happening constantly, some people are just, their way to deal with it is basically just to say, I'm out, I checked out. And, it doesn't affect my life, so
yeah, and he has the ability to do that because he's rich. He lives in a penthouse and he can just tune everything out. And
and he obviously has his own amusements that he likes to do, because it seems like Mon being the senator, we don't really get.
But by the way, let me say that like the funniest scene, and not like haha, but it's really fucking funny that when she starts to basically frame him for where the money's going in the scene in the in their car at the end, the fact that he is absolutely flabbergasted at where this is coming from, because he actually hasn't been doing his gambling.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, seriously, somebody's lying to you. And the fact that we know she's planting this to shift the blame to him, and it's really funny because it's funny to see an objectively horrible person who this one time hasn't been doing the thing he's being accused of, but he's going to get blamed for it because because it's easy to do, and because it's to shield the rebellion, so we're happy about it, and plus he sucks. So
yeah. No, I mean, he like honestly like couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, even though
another one.
But yeah, it's basically like it's nothing Perrin Firtha, that kind of vibe, because truly he doesn't choose to. Although I will note that like he does have like obviously, as I said, the actor playing him, Alistair McKenzie, does great work, and he has some great moments, like in that scene where he's setting up the dinner and he's basically like, oh, I've taken care of that, you're at the boring end of the table, these people are fun. Which I will just note, this is tongue in cheek, but my single greatest disappointment with season 1 of Andor is the fact that we don't get to see the dinner party with Ars Dengar and Slime Moore. Like, I remember when that happened and they skipped over it in the next episode. Like, you cannot tease that.
Well, I loved it because those are fun people.
I wanted to see it because clearly, like, you remember Sly Moore from the prequels. She's freaky. She's freaky. She's an Umbaran. He was kind of he's one of Palpatine's acolytes, and she's into some dark, weird, fucked up stuff. And I think it would have been hilarious to see her at a dinner party with Mon Mothma and Perrin. I want it now.
God. Yeah, we'll have to see if we get some stuff like that in season 2, where we get some more of the big players.
Yeah.
I'm still undecided as to whether we're going to see Palpatine or not.
I don't think we will, but I have hope for certain characters. Like, frankly, like I would love to see Sly Moore for real. I would love to see like Masamita. I think we will get Bail Organa at least. But
I would want Palpatine if it's in a way that it was done like in The Bad Batch in season 2, and notably where he rises up from beneath the Senate and he's just fucking scary as all hell. That type of thing, but it doesn't need him because the specter of him is like all throughout the show, and I think it's all the more frightening, because of that, because we hear about Palpatine, but we never actually see him. All right, let's pause for a minute and do the mid-roll. We still have a lot to get through. So things have gotten shaken up a little bit because Jared and I talked about this. We're making some changes a little bit to a couple things coming up, but what's not changing is we're going to be off for the next 2 weeks because you're going to be out of town, Jared. We are coming back on April the 13th, and originally we had thought about doing something a little bit different for that one, but the idea we were going with, we thought it was potentially a bit unwieldy, so we're actually going to go with something a bit easier for that week, and we're going to be talking about the fairy tale classic, The Princess Bride, which is, I got to talk about that over on Here Be Dragons a number of years ago, and it's just a joy always to talk about that movie. So we're gonna have a great time with that, and then the week after that, we are still going to be talking about the Siege of Mandalore, which is the 4-episode series finale of Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Can't wait for that. I've been itching to do that. Then we'll be off on the 27th. And then in May, it's mostly what we've announced before with one change. In May, we will be talking about season 2 of Andor. We'll be breaking that up into 2 episodes, 6 episodes for each discussion. We'll also be talking about the Kingdom of Heaven director's cut. Super psyched about that. And then on May 25th, we're changing things up a bit. Originally, we were going to talk about the original Star Wars, with it being the anniversary and all, but it occurred to us coming the week right after Andor season 2, it might make more sense for us instead to talk about Rogue One, a Star Wars story. So we're actually going to do that, and then we will pick up with the original trilogy discussions shortly thereafter. But yeah, it makes more sense to go into Rogue One rather than skip it right after we talk about the end of Andor. So
yeah, no, I mean, the moment you said that, I'm like, yeah, that totally makes more sense. And I think it was just that we have been talking about getting into doing the original trilogy for such a long time, and I kind of felt like we were going to get to Rogue One, at some point for sure. But given the fact that we will have just wrapped up Andor season 2, and what Tony Gilroy said that the Andor season 2 will lead directly into the events of Rogue One, it's like, of course, that's what we should do. So I obviously very excited for all of that. And the Princess Bride discussion, like, part of the reason we're doing it is I will be getting back from a long trip to Europe. I'm not going to have my usual time to prep. And so we kind of thought it was easier, rather than doing a big, wide, expansive discussion, to do a movie that we've both seen a million times. It can probably quote by heart because it is perhaps the most quotable movie ever. And the big challenge of that stream will just us be not like basically reciting the entire movie of dialogue, because there are just so many great lines, but it'll just be a lighter, more fun, easier discussion.
It's not one of those things that we need to like plunge into the deep thematic depth of the movies, so it'll be easier just to have a light, fun conversation about it. And so that takes us through the end of May, and then we'll update you guys as we get a little further along about what lies ahead. But yeah, anything else you want to mention, Jared, before we continue on?
No, I mean, like I said, I'll be gone for 2 weeks. I'll be on a European trip with some friends. So I'll miss these discussions, but as you've said, sometimes it's nice to take a week off and just kind of or 2 off in this case, and just kind of be able to, focus on yourself, or rather, in your case, delve into the immense backlog of stuff that you want to watch. So I'm going to be looking forward to hearing your progress on that once I get back.
Yeah, because actually that's good for you, because you've been encouraging me to watch 3-Body Problem, and I'm finally going to be starting that. So yeah, it's looking forward to that. Okay, so let's dive right back in because we got a lot to cover. Let's go ahead and talk about one Dedra Miro, played by Denise Gough, a wonderful humanitarian. No, I think she is one of the master strokes of this entire series, and I'm a broken record at this point. I'm saying that about many characters, but it's just such a damn good show. But no, like, because we start off that this isn't probably the best picture to show for the beginning of talking about her, but like, we start off where we're actually kind of rooting for her character, because yeah, she's a part of the Empire, but she's also a woman struggling in the workplace, and being talked down to by her male counterparts. And so it's kind of a lesson to, especially maybe people on social media who are all about certain causes, to like be sure you aren't cheering on the fascist lunatic, because when we get to see her fully in her element, we realize that she is awful, really, really, really awful. But it's one of the fun things about her character, that we can go from like rooting for her to climb up the ladder at work, but then also like, oh no, you're into torture and to towing the fascist line, and not only that, but you seem to be a pretty true believer. So yeah, it's great character, awful person. Phenomenal performance.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the performance part of it, and really all of what you said. Denise Gough, who plays Dead Supervisor Dedra Miro, is outstanding. And I will note that even though I had seen her before in the movie you mentioned, Colette, she is so different in this movie that I, honest to God, did not recognize her. I was only, and I went back afterwards, like, oh shit, that was her from Colette, where she was playing a very nice, trans man in the early, in the 1900s. But in this case, she's, as you said, she's a woman in the workplace, and working her way up the corporate ladder, and giving as good as she gets, and ultimately staking her claim. And we're all like there to cheer her on. And it's only once we reach the top that we realize, oh shit, her business is fascism, and she is very, as Bix tells her in that scene where her mask comes down. You enjoy this, don't you? And just the evil smile that she gives in that scene. Like,
oh God! And like, you're not going to believe me anyway, are you? No, I suppose not.
Yeah, I vividly remember there was a demarcating line watching season 1 where like I was seeing all these reactions on social media where people was like, I know she's working for the Empire, but is it weird that I kind of like and rooting for Dedra Miro? You go, girl boss. And then I remember all of that stopped after this episode because they're like, it's like, oh no, it's like not only is like have we now been reminded that she is a space Nazi, but she is a willing and eager space Nazi, and she likes what she does, and she wants to put her boot on the neck of the galaxy and push down. And so it's, yeah, and like her like, and the fact that, you know, it took a character, her inflicting that pain on a character that we like in Bix, to make us see that is really a master stroke of the show's construction, because part of the reason we're able to, you know, root for her in the beginning is because she's up against characters who are basically worse, with the exception of Partagas, who seems to, you know, have her back a little bit. But
well, no,
when she's doing
I go too far. Partagas, like the rest of them, is scum. He's just amusing scum.
You know, he's charming. What I mean by that is, I'm not saying that he's good. I'm saying that the fact is that he is the one character who seems to like actually like Dedra and be like supportive of her in the workplace, as opposed to all the other supervisors like Blevin, who clearly just can't wait to see her fail.
It is so like, and this, like, I say this even like I'm acknowledging the fact that, oh, we shouldn't have been cheering her on, but then it's like, but when Blevin gets taken down, it's so fucking gratifying.
Yeah, shout out to Ben Bailey Smith, who plays Blevin, because we've now shouted him out twice. He's like, obviously, again, playing a terrible character, but he's so good.
God, just imagine if, you know, if all, you know, ISB agents played as fast and loose with the rules as you do. Excellent suggestion, Blevin. I wonder what might happen if all our operatives, you know, had as much, you know, initiative as you know, Dedra here. Just watching that switch happen and seeing the look on Blevin's face, it's just so great.
Walked right into it.
Yeah. Oh God. And then that satisfied smirk on Dedra's face as it's, again, like, shouldn't be cheering her on. She's awful. But it's like, it's just the way her character arc is constructed, and you know, the fact that, because for the first long stretch of the series, we are just seeing her in the element of she's a woman, like, climbing the ladder at work, and she's good at her job, and she's tenacious, and, you know, all this stuff. It's really not until we actually see her, like, given full reign to actually do the work, that then her true nature is fully revealed to us. And it's just, it's so fucking brilliant as a way to catch the audience off guard.
Yeah, and there's even another element that, in a weird way, causes us to sympathize with her, which is the fact that she kind of has a stalker.
Oh yeah.
because when Cyril, when she brings Cyril in for questioning, and then ultimately, like, you know, kind of reignites his faith in the pursuit about Andor, can we say it's love at first sight? Perhaps from Cyril's perspective, but it's whatever the hell it is, you know, twisted as hell.
You showed me that there was still justice and beauty in the world. Just the look on her face at that moment where she's like, leave now and don't you ever fucking come near me. It's not the exact verbatim terminology, but that's the implicit meaning. And it's, which leads to the ending of the series when he rescues her. And there's the tense moment between them where you're like, no, please don't fucking do it. I swear to God, there better not be a fucking kiss in this moment. It's like the most uncomfortable thing in the world. And thankfully that doesn't happen, but it's just like, you just know that this is going to be the most fucked up, weird dynamic going into season 2.
Yeah, I mean, we were spared the kiss in this sequence, but I kind of think they're going to be a thing in season 2.
Especially since there's a gap of time. It's like we don't have to see the awkward nature of their courtship, shall we call it? And so we might just see it already in progress in one of the stories. And
I mean, yeah, we know there are scenes in the behind the scenes of Dedra with Cyril's mother, who we have not touched on yet. But
Oh my God.
but like that's going to be just a joyful nightmare to watch. But in particular, it's like the fact that like ultimately, you know, Cyril like saves her life from being torn to the mob, and like she's traumatized and shocked, and she basically like latches on to the fact that he saved her. It's like clearly, it's like it has to be said, now that we know how terrible they are, these two people truly do deserve each other. Perhaps we don't deserve to to see them together because it's disturbing as hell, but they deserve each other. And I will just note, shout out our friends at Force Center. One of the hardest times I have ever laughed listening to that wonderful podcast was when they were doing their recap of the Andor finale. And Ken imitated Sergeant Linus Moss, wonderful Scottish brogue, and talking about Cyril's relationship with Dedra, and says, "You came here to get Andor, and you found love, sir." Just literally did a spit take listening to that.
Oh, which, you know, once again, just going to send out the message. Listen to Force Center, folks. It's seriously the best Star Wars podcast out there. So
yeah, and listen to that episode because I did not do Ken's wonderful imitation of Linus Moss Scottish brogue justice, but like it was so hysterical because it's like, yes, like he came to Ferrix to find Andor, and he's leaving with a little fascist girlfriend. So.
Oh God, Linus Moss. That's another like great character. Like I just want to just shout out the moment where they switch hats in the final episode headed to Ferris. It's like, what the fuck?
He may be the funniest character in this entire show. Again, also a fascist, but just his like for one, his like the twisted bromance that he has with Cyril, and then also just like some of their interactions. Like
he's just so fucking weird. Fermenting, sir. Pockets are fermenting.
Yeah, which is a very menacing line in the moment, but it's just the way he delivers it. And I remember, like, because this came out in 2022, the same year as the Batman, and he was in that as the police commissioner, the short-lived police commissioner. Yeah. But this is such a completely different role. It's great, and he has the perhaps all this, you know, ignominious, but actually, you know, notable line. He is the first character who uses a real world swear word in Star Wars when he has the famous line, "shit." Where Sir, I kind of think that, you know, Tony, that was a case of Tony Gilroy being like, I could come up with a weird, you know, space swear like Dank Ferric or, you know, Scob the Empire, but instead I'm just going to use the one that we all know because that's what.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. So. But, you know, and we're all, you know, yeah, it is funny thinking about the messed up dynamic between Dedra and Cyril, but like, just like that truly horrendous dark stuff. You know, we touched on when she's interrogating Bix and then brings in, you know, Dr. Dorsch, you know, that guy, fuck that guy in every possible way. He better die a really painful, horrible death in season 2.
At Bix's hands, please.
Yeah. Just the way he describes with absolute glee, you know, how, you know, the sound of the screams and the fact that we believe these are primarily children, you know, which has its own unique effect. Oh.
Yeah, he just the way he delivers those lines with like a smile and a wave is like, it's so chilling and disturbing. And this is actually one of, I think, the best constructed and scenes in perhaps the entire show. Like the fact that he describes this horrible, you know, sound in detail, and then we don't actually hear it because nothing could compare to our imaginations. But we just see the camera slowly fix in on Bix's eyes as they go wider and wider. And then the scream that she lets out is just bone chilling.
And then there's a cut to outside the door that is like goes, from the door to the floor up to the hallway, which is a reference to the original Star Wars when Leia is having her mind probed, which I picked up on immediately. It was like, and it was a DiCaprio pointing me moment. And that thrilled me. But yeah, just I'm excited and horrified to see what we're gonna get from Cyril and Dedra in season 2, both in terms of their relationship and what they'll be up, what horrible things they'll be up to. But since you mentioned her, let's give a shout out now to Cyril's mother.
God.
Just played by the great Catherine Hunter, Edie Carn. Like, I don't know if I can fully blame Cyril for turning out the way that he did after seeing his mother.
Yeah, when I think about Cyril, I think about that Michael Scott gif that goes around when he says, "Why are you the way that you are?" And you look at Cyril and you're like, "Why are you the way that you are?" And then you meet his mother and you're like, "Oh, that's why." Because she is also like Perrin, capital T the capital W the worst. But she's just, unlike Perrin, she is just so much fun with the way actually no, Perrin's fun too, but like the way that she is just constantly belittling and putting down Cyril and her constant refrains about frickin' Uncle Harlow, who that is a character I hope we actually never see, because I just like him, like living in the mystery space. Like, who the hell is this guy? Is he actually their uncle, or did she just call him that?
You heard your side of the conversation. Hard to miss. that is like another bit of like where a lot of the comedy comes from, is just Cyril's reactions to everything his mother says.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that she's like, I press your linens, I prepare 2 meals a day, when the meals she prepares are pouring him a freaking bowl of space cereal,
which looked to me like Cocoa Puffs with some
basically,
color.
He's basically space Cocoa Puffs with blue milk. I have to say, for as many other wonderful things as we see in Star Wars, some of the food that they eat does not look very appetizing. Like Luke's ration bars and Cyril's cereal. It's like, we can do better, Pat.
Watching Cyril like hold one of them and then just toss it in the bowl. Oh God, it's so great. Yeah, no, she's terrible, and she's one of those people who is like totally fine with the Empire too, so it's like, it's not just that she seems to be a dreadful mother. But it's like, when news of Aldhani hits and she's like, they'll regret it, so she really has nothing we can latch onto as sympathetic. She's just, and the fact that she goes from like grilling Cyril to then when he says, "I got a promotion," and she's like, "I always knew you had potential."
Yeah, no, I mean, she's very emotionally manipulative, and some might argue emotionally abusive. But again, like, it's like Cyril not being a great guy, like we kind of don't really sympathize with him. But it's also like anyone who was in this situation with Edie Carn is like, you would just be counting the seconds till you could get out of there. And that's why, like, when I saw in the behind the scenes, again, anticipating that Cyril and Dedra are going to be his theme, when I saw that there was a scene where Dedra is going to interact with Edie, I'm like, oh, that's going to be so good and so awkward, like, especially if it's like she's like the mother-in-law from hell kind of situation. Because I'm pretty sure the one person that Edie is going to treat worse than Cyril is whoever Cyril happens to be dating.
Honestly, I'm not at all convinced that Cyril won't bring her to his home just on the off chance that Dedra might murder Edie. But yeah. Oh God. Okay, so as a way of talking about some more characters that were introduced to, I also now just want to talk about some very important sections of this series, which, and the next one up, I want to talk about the Aldhani arc, which is just like, you mentioned before, I think you said that, for you, episode 6 is your favorite episode, and it's just like, it's so good. The way this show like builds up to these, sort of tense pressure cooker, moments, and then lets everything just explode. It's so great, and I love the way that these arcs have, like, certain characters do continue on throughout the series, but they have like their own sort of self-contained casts as well, which I just love. We're introduced, obviously, to let me get a good list of names. This is where we're introduced to Vel Sartha, played by the great Faye Marsay, who, this is a person I did not recognize when I saw her, because we obviously know her from Game of Thrones, but I had no idea this was the Waif. I was like, seriously? And then especially because later on in the season, she's all glammed up, and and I was like, you're shitting me. This is the way from Game of Thrones. So, but she was just absolutely phenomenal. Also want to mention, there's Cinta, played by Virata Sethu. Let's see who else we got. We have Alex Lothar plays Nemec. We got Lieutenant Gorn, played by Sulrimi. Steen, played by Eben Moss Bachrach. And Tamron Bartrana, played by Gershwin Eustache Jr. I'm sure I'm probably, and there's some other players in that arc on like the Imperial side, but these are such, like, the characters throughout this arc are just great, and Nemec for me is a standout. I love Nemec so much. Obviously his manifesto plays a big continuing part throughout the rest of the season, and I hope going into season 2 as well. But this is so great. This is really our sort of espionage, arc, but also like it's a heist, and heists are always fun. And then that's, I think, what makes episode 6 so great, is just seeing all of that planning put into action. And a big part of what I liked about this arc is we see sort of the mundane when it comes to sort of the evil of the Empire. And I think it has even more of an effect than when we see, the TIE fighters come out, at the end of episode 6, because that it makes it feel so different, because we've seen Imperials just like getting excited about going to see this big celestial event, and talking about getting the night off of work, and all this stuff. So it just makes it feel like, and when we get those shots of those TIE fighters like flying overhead in the valley, and the loud screeching sound of when they fly past, just everything feels so much more sort of real and terrifying in these episodes. And it's just amazing. That's kind of like, I wanted to give an overview, and now we can just sort of get down into specifics. But go ahead. Say what you want.
Oh no, so I mean, I mentioned that like this arc, the Eldani arc, is both the arc where I both started to understand what the show was, and the arc that really made me fall in love with the show. In particular, as mentioned, episode 6. The reason I call it my favorite, even though there are other incredible episodes, obviously One Way Out is a highlight. The finale, Rick's Road, is incredible. But this, for me, this heist sequence and specifically in the episode The Eye, like the reason it's my favorite is because it's the most rewatched. It's the one episode of Andor that I can kind of pick out from even the rest of this arc and just put it on and just have an absolute blast with it, because it's such a well-constructed heist sequence. With some incredible characters, even though, as you noted, like a number of these characters don't make it out of this arc alive, but their presence is like felt for the rest of the show, because this is the rebellion on the front lines. Even before we got to our open warfare has been declared. What these characters are doing is really the first, as Dedra later calls it, and then the announcement of what the rebellion is going to be. And obviously it's Luthen's plan, as led by Vel, and Cassian is kind of a last minute addition to it, which creates some wonderfully tense dynamics. But all of these characters, like the fact that we learned so much about them just in such a natural way, and what drives them, the fact that that Nemec is like the youngest, but also the most like the truest believer, like purely idealistic, and like has some great speeches about about the nature of oppression and rebellion that I'll want to quote some of them later. But then, like, we learned that Terramin was a former stormtrooper who had much like Finn later in the sequel trilogy, essentially went through a crisis of conscience and defected. And Skeen, Skeen is a character of like with many layers, because in many respects, I tend to think that he's telling the truth, but he's also, like, the only really true thing that I think he says is the fact that he's like, I'm a rebel. It's just me against everybody else. Did he have a brother that, put him on this path? Was he born in the hole?
Well, because there are different ways you can read the line. Yeah. I don't have a brother.
Exactly.
You can take that to mean that his story was bullshit, or a statement of truth. He doesn't have a brother because his brother is dead.
Exactly. And that's actually the interpretation I subscribe to, but because it's clearly he's a character who, even though he's gone through an incredible, if he has gone through this incredible trauma and loss, what it's made him is essentially a cynic, and and because Cassian is himself kind of a cynic at this stage, like it's telling that Skeen kind of picks it up, and he's basically like, oh, you're just like me. These other people are in it for something else, but we kind of know the way the galaxy really works. And obviously, he underestimates Cassian in that way, because that is ultimately not where Cassian's heart truly lies.
I think that's such an amazing moment, because even though Cassian hasn't, at that point, he still isn't like interested in joining the cause. Mm-hmm. But I think what the encounter with Steen teaches him is it shows him what he's not, what he doesn't want to be. Exactly. So it takes him, I think, sort of to that halfway point of he's still interested in saving his own skin and sort of living his life, but he's not going to go down the dark path that Steen is going to. He's not interested in stabbing anyone in the back. And so, but that is such a That is such a dark and haunting scene.
No, I think that is like that was a scene that I remember was thinking was brilliant when I saw it. Like the fact that this is ultimately the moment where we see Cassian like kind of reckon with like what it truly means to like be out for yourself in that galaxy, like in the like to only look out for yourself and not care about other people. And as you said, he makes the choice that that is not what he wants to be, even if he is not ready to, sign up for the rebellion at this point. But and again, shooting first, this is a case where it's like, you get the sense that like Skeen would have probably done this to him too if he had to, but Cassian just makes the move. But like even before like their earlier bonding scene, like when Skeen is going through his pack, and he and they have that moment where they talk about like the tattoos and the fact that like they were clearly both in some type of correctional prisons beforehand, that the others don't have that experience. And Skeen has the great lines like, they've built a lot of cages, haven't they? The axe forgets but the tree remembers. Again, this is a case of like the great writing, and that episode, that quote gives the episode its title, because now it's our turn to do the chopping. Skeen is ultimately a character who is again, not he dies in this arc, and he is not what we would consider a hero, even though he was on the side of right, but ultimately he is a character who I think was an essential part. All these characters are essential for who Cassian becomes, and Ebon Moss-Bachrach, who's since gone on to do great things. He is obviously an Emmy winner for The Bear. He's going to be in the new Fantastic Four movie. This is the first thing I ever saw him in, and he's just like, it's an amazing performance.
He does such a great job because, like, on the surface of it, Skeen is not a likable guy. He's suspicious of Cassian from the get-go, and there's, even though they have some sort of like, see, we're the same kind of exchanges, it's very tense, and you can see the whole time of Cassian just being like, get off my case, you asshole. And so it's very interesting because and he does have moments where we kind of like pump our fist. He has a lot of good moments during the actual heist, and and he's the one insisting they take Nemec to a hospital, which may have some ulterior motives in light of everything. But it's very, like, he does such a great job at portraying this character in a way that, like, he's a very interesting character, and so to make this person who is sort of unlikable but still fascinating to watch, it's not an easy thing to do, because a lot of times that can just, the audience can sort of switch off and not care about this person. I think it's a real testament to both his performance and the writing that we're still really invested in Skeen as a character and his dynamic with Cassian.
Yeah, and I'm very glad you also mentioned his dynamic with Nemec, because that is actually, I think, in many respects where we see the best of Skeen, because like even before they meet Cassian, he like the scene where Nemec like falls asleep at his post, and Skeen kind of like gives him crap for it, but is also like trying to like look out for him. And clearly, like, even though he thinks Nemec is a little bit over the top with all of his his full-throated eagerness for all his manifestos and stuff, he clearly like he finds it amusing. This is one of the reasons I think he probably actually did have a brother, because in many respects he treats Nemec like a little brother, and looks out for him. And I actually think that even though he may have like I think that when Nemec gets like mortally wounded, and you see Skeen like cradling him and everything. Like, I actually think his devastation is very real. And part of me wonders if it's the fact that Nemec is ultimately does not survive this, if that's kind of like what is kind of Skeen's like last straw of him thinking like, all right, I knew I wasn't supposed to care about any of this. I kind of let myself care for Nemec a little bit, and look where that got him. He's dying. Fuck it. I should just be out for the money.
Well, and what's great is that all that is kind of open to interpretation, and it doesn't really give us a solid answer on like how invested Steen really was and for what reasons. So it's just one of those great things where, sort of the pieces are there, but it leaves it up to the audience how you want to, your own personal read on it.
And again, he is perhaps kind of the darker side, but that makes him a good pairing with Nemec, because Nemec is, as you said, is like the true believer, who nothing but the cause for him, even though he's ultimately quite green and inexperienced. But I kind of in many ways think that Nemec is a little bit like Tony Gilroy's like Avatar in the show, because some of the like the stuff that he like the speeches he gives on fashion, like the nature of the fascism and the evil. I'm like, obviously, like this is stuff Tony Gilroy wanted to impart, but and the writers, Dan Gilroy wrote these arcs to Tony Gilroy's brother, but I'm like, he kind of needed a mouthpiece for those speeches, and Nemec is a great one because he is just so like earnest about it.
And so much of what he says, like, no need to beat around the bush. It's some very relevant stuff to what we're currently experiencing.
Absolutely.
And just those ideas about oppression, and how it's easy to distract people with like 30 different horrible things all happening at once, as opposed to just one. And that's what we're going through now.
Yeah, no, it's exactly, it's basically like word for word, kind of like so this is how everybody dies, with thunderous applause. This is another line in that vein. Like, I actually wrote it down here, where he says, so much going wrong, so much to say, and all of it happening so quickly. The pace of repression outstrips our ability to understand it. And that is the real trick of the imperial thought machine. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than a single incident. But they'd have a fight on their hands, don't they? Our elemental rights are such a simple thing to hold. They will have to shake the galaxy awfully hard to loosen our grip. And I'm like, that is basically just like text for what's happening in the world right now. And obviously, these things happen. Tony Gilroy wrote, like has talked about the fact that these things are cycles, and but clearly, like, that is a speech for this moment, and
the fact that it's talking about textbook fascism, which just shows the laziness of of fascist regimes, that they'll keep going back to the same formula over and over and over.
Yeah, and obviously his another incredibly resonant is his line from his manifesto that Cassian inherits after his death, where he talks about like the imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear, which is the line I quoted for this stream, because it's like, again, yes, like that's like just putting anyone who thinks that Star Wars isn't political, like, show them this fucking speech, for God's sake.
Yeah. And I just like find it so funny, because this is the one show that they don't attack for being woke, and it's like, what the fuck?
It's like it's the wokest guy. It's the wokest of all. But it just goes to show how nonsensical those people are.
Yeah. But let's make sure we talk about Vel and Cinta.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like Vel is so great. I she's great the minute Luthen steps off the ship to talk about her, and he's like, she's not going to be happy about this, so let me do the talking. And I just love how they just have us from Cassian's point of view while he's actually telling her, and then it cuts to outside and she's yelling at him. Like, yep, she's not happy about it. But no, she's great, and she's got so much on her shoulders with this mission. I love how when Luthen says to her, be a leader. If it's not gonna work, pull the plug. And then that comes back to that in that moment where they're getting ready to go and everybody's waiting for her to give the word to go ahead, and you can see that she's just, even up to that moment, she's not sure if if she wants to say go ahead. And then Vel is the one who like sort of steadies her and and keeps her strong in that moment. And their relationship is great, but I mean, Vel, it's interesting because Vel and Cinta, obviously they love each other. They're in that, they have that relationship, but they're also, they feel like they're also have a lot of differences, in their sort of their own philosophies and how they are. And Cinta is, you don't want to fuck with Cinta. Yeah, she can be all kind and be bandaging you up one moment, and then she'll be hunting you down to kill you later on. Yeah, she's scary and a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, but two great characters. But I love how Val is shown to be she's in a very difficult position throughout the arc of making sure that, because she's the one calling the shots and making sure that everything goes off. And, but I like that later on in the series, we get to pull back the layers of her, and, we find out that she's, Mon Mothma's cousin, right? Yeah. And just seeing that she has her own sort of moral doubts about, things they're doing. And she doesn't feel great about the fact that they're going to go after Cassian, especially because of the fact that, he did right by her, even though she's initially suspicious after he kills Steen, as you would be. He makes it clear, I'm taking my cut. I'm leaving you the rest on the ship, and so I think she definitely doesn't feel great about the fact that they're going after him. And then she tries to connect with Cinta at various points, and for and Cinta tells her the rebellion comes first. We take what's left, and she repeats that later on, but I think that's more of her trying to boost her own resolve. And it'll be interesting to see where she goes in season 2, and what the series has in store for her character, and what she ultimately ends up doing. But yeah, I found both of their characters to be really fascinating. And Cinta has that really cutting line of, maybe I'm a rich girl running away from home. And it's like, and she says, that's cold even for you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love the dynamic between these two characters, which is interesting because ultimately, like, even though they are in a romantic relationship, they're approaching it from different places. The fact is, you said that, like, clearly Vel is head over heels in love with Cinta. She is like, she's not only like, constantly looking out for her, asking if she'll be all right. She gets very, jealous when, for instance, like Cassian tries to flirt with Cinta, and she's basically like, get away from my lady. But
you can dress yourself.
Yeah. But it's also the fact is, as you said, it's like even Cinta is, coming to this relationship from a very different place. She is, you mentioned the line where it's like, she is, in some respect, Cinta is not wrong. She is a rich girl who is essentially running away from her family. She's doing it for a cause that she believes in, but now like she's using her high society status as a, basically as a mask. When you get the sense what she actually wants is to be down in the trenches doing this type of work. And she wants to be with Cinta, but Cinta is, it's implied, comes from a different background. And we learn, for instance, that one of the reasons she is, so hard and, stone cold and fearless and like so ruthless in many respects is because stormtroopers killed her entire family. And so she is driven clearly by anger and rage and and the cause first and foremost. So like, while I do sincerely believe that she is in love with Vel as well, she also is approaching it basically, as she says, from a perspective of, yes, we have this relationship and it's it's lovely, but the cause comes first. It will always come first. And that is, that's one of the reasons why, even though I know that some people were frustrated, understandably, given the larger societal, that the fact that we have these two women, in a romantic relationship, which is a rare thing for Star Wars, but they don't actually get to be like physically intimate with one another on screen. And I certainly, sympathize with that. And I hope we see that in season 2. But in many respects, it tracks for me because that is the relationship between these two characters. Val wants to be intimate with Cinta, and Cinta just can't let herself, get that close because she is ultimately still a creature driven by rage.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always season 2. We'll see.
Yeah. I think I've actually seen some like behind the scenes shots that makes me think we are going to get that more intimate moment between Vel and Cinta, which
it's situational though too. It's like they're in a very tense situation, so it's so it's a question of what's natural to to show on screen. And but yeah, it's just the thing that haunts me about Cinta is we don't see what becomes of that Imperial family.
Yeah, I remember there being like one shot of them like watching the eye go by, which made me wonder if like perhaps they did live. But like I certainly would believe that Cinta killed them all. She clearly
but also
has.
there's a lot of emphasis on the fact that there was a robbery.
Yeah.
At Aldhani, and while there are certainly Imperial soldiers and stuff killed, one would think that the Empire would have made a meal out of an innocent family. Like, I'm saying that because to us they certainly appear. I think the wife and kid I would judge as innocent. We don't really see their alignment. I don't. In any case, the murder of children is horrendous, regardless. Sorry, I'm walking myself into a trap here. But I'm saying that the Empire would certainly make a meal out of that, of making sure that got out, that that women and children had been murdered by the rebels. So that is the one thing that makes me feel like that maybe she didn't kill them. But it is left ambiguous.
It is.
I hope she didn't, because that makes me feel better about Cinta, but at the same time I totally believe that she would. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like clearly she's a person who like believes in the philosophy that Luthen and Clea, who we have not touched on, but we will, are of like no witnesses. So like that would, because she is like like, well, Vel is conflicted about maybe killing Cassian after he helped them with this thing. Cinta's not. She's basically like, she's all in. She's like, this is what's got to happen. And it's really only the fact that her rage sometimes blinds her from that mission. Like, I actually think it's interesting. And in the finale, like, she gets distracted from the mission she's supposed to be on because she is just so determined to go kill this one Imperial Corv who she's been kind of having interactions with. And it's implied, I think, that kind of was a mistake on her part. But it's, again, tracks with the character that we meet and that we know because, you know, there's that line, again, to bring Terriman into it, because Terriman is a character who perhaps of this rebel group is the one who gets the least, you know, amount of backstory because he's just kind of like strong and reliable. But I think that moment where we learn that he was a stormtrooper does a tremendous amount of lifting because, you know, it's implied the horrors he must have had to participate in. And that Skeen has that line where he's like, you should have been here when Cinta found out. They slaughtered her whole family, and that's like, yeah, I can picture that scene now.
Boy, I would have liked to see that. See, these are the types of things that I would kind of love to have books written about, like the lead up to Aldhani. I think would make for a really interesting story. And so, yeah, that's why, like, I think it was Joseph on one of the recent episodes of Force Center was like, you know, talking about he wants like a book a year. I think he was just talking about one for one specific series, but I heard that and I was like, one a year? No, I want more books. I want, you know, there's so many different, you know, like corners and avenues of the Star Wars universe that I want to read about. So that would be horrifying to me. But I think he was referencing just for one series. But yeah, it's I would love to learn more about that kind of stuff. Oh, hi Cassie.
Hey Cassie, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, it's. I will say that as far as Andor tie-ins, the recent book that we mentioned, Reign of the Empire: The Mask of Fear, which takes place actually right after Revenge of the Sith, but it has to do with a lot of characters from Andor. So I'm enjoying that immensely. Oh, he's digging something out.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I have it too, you know. So, but yeah, I have not cracked it yet, but I fully intend to before I start the Andor season 2. And I do think that, like, because the show is ongoing, that is perhaps one of the reasons we haven't gotten quite as much tie-in with some of these backstories, because I think they want to let Tony Gilroy tell his story and then they'll open the floodgates. And it makes sense ultimately to, you know, like, to not nail these things down before the story is told, because I for instance, you know, have a feeling that we're going to get a different origin story for K2SO than that one-shot comic that they did back in 2016 when they, like, probably never thought they would tell this story, you know. But I would love an Aldhani comic.
This might be blasphemous to some people, but I really have never had an issue with them retconning comics.
Yeah, I haven't either. See what they did in the Bad Batch, you know. It's like, you know, like,
yeah, it's like I like comics, but like, because of the nature of, like, comics don't have the kind of in-depth storytelling of even novels, and so I've never really gotten bent out of shape over them being contradicted in that way. And I say that mostly because there's a lot of stories that have been covered in comics that I would actually be really happy seeing having them revisited in a different medium, like on a television show or something. And I don't think that the creators of said shows or movies or even books should be beholden to that. I think everybody just needs to lighten up about canon.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, like, especially because I think people latched onto the idea that, like, in the original Legends continuity, there was tiered canon of like what George Lucas said in his movies, and then it's the books, and then it's the comics and everything like that. But even though we don't have that officially, I kind of think we have it in practice, where it's like we have the live action movies and shows, and the animated movies and shows, and that's really kind of what matters. And then there's the books, and then there's the comics, and then there's like reference books and stuff, which like are meant to be overwritten. Because I will note, one of actually the things that this show does is there had been a reference book that had established a Rogue One reference book that had definitively established in canon that Cassian Andor was born on Fest. And then clearly Tony Gabriel was like, no, in my show he's born on Canary. But they kind of went back and they worked that elegantly in when Marva's like, we've always said Fest,
Well, I will say this is not the stream for this, because we're already almost 3 hours into it. But for me, I always look at. I worry less about canon.
Yeah.
Sometimes not at all about canon. And I look more at Star Wars storytelling as an evolution.
Yeah.
Which is why, like, I'm perfectly fine with the encounter between Ahsoka and Maul being different in E.K. Johnson's Ahsoka book versus what it is in the Clone Wars. Because the Ahsoka book came first, and it was just offering us a little glimpse at that. But that's just like, I like the fact that it's a slightly different telling of it. Because for my money, that it kind of makes it interesting, because then not everything is simple objective, where it's the concept of having these stories as myth, and the fact that from getting stories from different sources, we're getting a slightly different spin on it, and I think that's fun. But anyway, that's for another discussion.
Cassie says in the chat, you need to have a stream on the concept of canon in its place. We've talked about it.
We just talked about this and as a possibility, yeah, because I had done something like that over on Here Be Dragons with Steb and Nessie, so it's not necessarily like the first idea that I jumped for, but we definitely did throw that out there as something that we'd like to do at some point. Before we kind of move on from Aldhani, I want to make sure that we mention Lieutenant Gorn.
Yes.
Who is just an absolutely amazing character, and delivers like a real mic drop of a line in episode 6. And he's told by the Imperial, their commander, they'll hang you for this. And he says, I forget how many years, like I think he says 7 years serving you, I deserve a lot worse.
Yeah. No, he is a character who, again, doesn't get quite as much screen time as the other rebels in this unit, but they do such a good job of establishing his backstory and his motivations, told but through Vel. But like when she has the line where she talks, where Cassian is asking, like, why is Lieutenant Gorn helping this? He's clearly was an Imperial at one point and still is pretending to be one. And she has the great when he fell in love with a local woman and lost a promotion. Then he lost the woman. Then he lost his taste for the Empire. Everyone has their own rebellion. And well, that's kind of still enigmatic. It tells such a vivid story of this man. For instance, we don't know when it says then he lost the woman, like, did she die or did she reject him because he was an Imperial? We don't really know. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that he fell in love with not just this woman, but clearly with the people of Aldhani, and because like he has respect for them, he speaks their language, and even though because he is still portraying an Imperial, they have kind of contempt for him. It's implied, he wants to help them and protect them. Like that, there's that great line he has with Corporal Kimsey, where Kimsey is just like, "Can you imagine the place with thousands of them, the stench?" And he's like, "Yes, yeah."
Yeah, the constant refrains about the stench. I'm just like, and it always comes after they establish these Imperial characters sort of talking about mundane things. And then you get reminded, oh no, these are awful fascist assholes. Um, and it's just like, yeah, it's they get what's coming to them.
Yeah, and it's a tragedy that ultimately, Lieutenant Gorn is one of the characters who does not make it out of this arc alive. But he was a hero. He did an incredibly brave thing.
And you say he doesn't get that much screen time, but it's like it feels like he gets a lot more just because every moment with him is just so dynamic and so, I mean, and just watching his reactions to all the horribleness of the Imperials around him, and him playing into that role. And you can see there's a mixture of distaste about playing that role, but also kind of a little bit of glee at sort of, fooling, all of them. And like the way he smirks when he gets the men to sort of think that, like asking, for the evening off to go watch, the eye is their idea instead of what he wanted. It's he's so good. And I would have liked to get to see more of him like carry on, but he just does such a fantastic job in what he's given.
Yeah, and ultimately, like his sacrifice, along with Terriman's sacrifice and Nemec's sacrifice, is like it really, they will be remembered, and Skeen too. Although as Clay says later, he had doubts about Skeen, but honestly, like they are rebellion heroes, and they pulled off this incredible heist. Which before we leave the Eldani arc, that is just the last thing I want to highlight is just the absolute brilliance of the heist sequence itself. And in this episode, the eye, like I just think it's honestly one of the best constructed heist sequences I've seen in anything, not just Star Wars.
And we don't have time to dwell on this, but the way it's also intercut with the people of Aldhani and their tradition and the singing and the fact that it's juxtaposed against, as the heist is going and the elders dynamic with the Imperials and all that stuff. It's like if only we had a chance to just dive into each of these arcs on their own, there'd be so much to discuss there. But yeah, it's just immaculately crafted. And I will say I would be in agreement with you about episode 6 being like the top episode if I was just talking about episodes that I can watch as standalones.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a different criteria, so that's why for me it's not number one, but it's a masterclass.
Yeah, and again, the reason it's number one for me is not only that quality, but as I said, this is the episode that really made me fall in love with the show. So I kind of give it that edge when it as like the narrowest of tiebreakers between it and like One Way Out and Rick's Road. But in particular, like you mentioned Gorn, like the translation he does is very Missandei-esque, where like the guy's spitting insults and he basically turns it into very nice.
The way the elder looks at him, because
I think you can tell. But I just like. As you mentioned, like when the heist like is thrilling, like in the lead up to it, but then the way it just builds into the series of moments that really starts with the chanting of the Donnies and the eyes the eye starting to pass overhead, and then the music in the sequence. We haven't shouted out Nicholas Bertel's score, but like his music in the sequence, the Vaults Part 1 and 2, and then the Vaults Part 3 and 4 is just like pulsating, thrilling, pounding music that's different for Star Wars, but just great. And I just think back at little moments I love throughout the sequence, like when they open the vault door and Skeen gets to see all the, and then he turns around, ooh,
let's go,
which is another one of my favorite like gifts from but then obviously like the just the way it builds and builds and builds, and they get culminating in them, escape after Harriman unfortunately has been gunned down, and Gorn and Nemec has been crushed by one of the
his climb.
I was just about to say it, like that moment where like Cassian is flying through this incredibly beautiful but dangerous phenomenon, and he's like basically, and Nemec is dying, in tremendous agony, but like, and Cassian's like, climb, are you crazy? And yeah, the way that Nemec just screams with everything he has, climb. And then Cassian does, he trusts him, and just the way that the music is building, and the TIE fighters, how they're introduced to the sequence. Like, one of my favorite little moments again is that moment when, as the heist is really picking up and we start to hear alarms blaring, and then it cuts to Alkenzi Wing Command, and we see the TIE fighters, like the pilots jumping down into the, and I was just like, oh my God, this is like, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. And then obviously they were right. You do not want to be up in this because the ties get pulverized. But Cassian does not, because because of Cassian's flying, and because Nemec was right. That handy navigational device that he used, it got them to safety. And again, it's just the absolute visual beauty of this sequence is astonishing. Like, I kind of had a tear in my eye, like the just watching when the eye is passing overhead. It really is a sight to see.
And it feels like a good time to mention, just like, because talking about how amazing the eye looks, just the visuals of this series. This is the most expensive Star Wars series, and it wasn't. Even though this is not me talking down about the volume, but the show was not shot on the volume. It was shot at Pinewood Studios, in England, and on location, and and it just, and you can tell it's just all the money is on the screen. This is the most fantastic looking Star Wars show, and it looks like they've only upped that in season 2. So
yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree that this is the best looking Star Wars show by far, because they spent the money, and it's telling that, like, when this show was green lit, like, was at basically the height of the streaming boom. So they were lucky enough to get a budget that they could do something like this. I unfortunately do not think that they would have gotten a similar green light for it today. And also, I think it's one of the reasons why this original 5-season plan for this show was cut down to 2. But the money is every bit of the money is on screen. It looks incredible.
Okay, so in the interest of time, because I think we could sort of break down a lot of stuff that happens in episode 7, and we did talk about some of it, but I do want to sort of press through it a little bit to get to the next like major story beats. Suffice to say, Cassian returns home. He tries to get Marva to go with him. She's, we talked about, she's firmly about standing up, and being part of the rebellion now. So she's not leaving, but she does urge Cassian to move on, and find some peace. He finds it for a hot second. And then, but then the Empire, the Empire's fascist ways, catch up to him, and he winds up imprisoned just because he looked suspicious. And because of Aldhani, the Empire has gone crazy and upped prison sentences, and so he gets sentenced to 6 years at Narkina 5. And this leads us to our next big story arc of the season, which is inspired by all manner of things. Chiefly, what comes to mind is THX 1138. I was just like, oh my God, this this whole section was just like, a George Lucas fanboy's wet dream. I'll just say it. It's and just so expertly conceived, the production design, the tension, and then like I'm already like freaking out by like the aforementioned production design and everything, and it's like, oh shit, how's Cassian gonna get out of this? And then as he like descends the lift, then I start to hear this voice, and I'm like, wait a second, I recognize that voice. Who the fuck is that? And then it's this guy, Andy Serkis, as Kino Loy, the day manager for level 5.
Yes.
Yeah. This was a shock to me, and the most joyous of shocks. I like, not only just because, hey, it's Andy Serkis, but it's Andy Serkis, who has already been a part of Star Wars but didn't really get to show his face, and also like Andy Serkis as a rule does not very often get to show his face. He occasionally does. But the things that he's most well known for are motion capture performances, and rightfully so. But to see him get a monster of a role in Kino Loy and give the performance that he gives, where he almost, by the final episode of this arc, is like arguably the protagonist of it. And just to see that character growth from this guy who's like, you work for me, you're not to slow up my line, and like it's all about like keeping in line and doing whatever he has to do to make sure that he's taking care of number one himself, to ultimately this guy who will lead the prisoners, to their escape. It's just, honestly, it may be my favorite performance of the season, and it's just, it's astonishing. He's fucking incredible.
Yeah, well said to all of that. I think it's totally, if you're saying he might be your favorite performance, I think I might agree, because I remember, like, of all the acting, even though again Andor was nominated for Best Drama Series and Best Writing and Best Directing, the fact it got no nominations, this was the one that made me the most. The fact is, like, how do you not nominate Andy Serkis for this? But it's a trend that Andy Serkis has been kind of criminally overlooked. But as you said, it's mostly for his motion capture performances. And as you mentioned, he has been in Star Wars before as Supreme Leader Snoke. And no, I do not think this is a Supreme Leader Snoke origin story. I think he is playing separate characters.
That killed me when that whole conversation was going on. I was just like, "Fuck all y'all."
Yeah. As we learned from Rise of Skywalker, Snoke came out of a tube, guys. Kino Loy is somebody else.
Well, also, it's like this insane need that everything has to connect.
Yeah.
There can't just be a great character who's a great character on their own.
Yeah, exactly. And even though it's not common, actors can play multiple roles in Star Wars projects. An actor we actually touched on briefly, the actor who plays Tim, was actually in The Force Awakens as a pilot.
And I actually recognized him from a movie you haven't seen, because we were having discussions about a lot of movies a couple weeks ago, and he's in the film Mary Queen of Scots. He has a prominent role in that, so check that out if you can. But yeah,
James McArdle.
Oh, Tim.
Yeah, we'll circle back to Tim, but let's focus on Kino Loy here for a second, because he's an incredible character. It's an incredible performance, and really, if I was to kind of distill the idea about like what this arc ultimately is representing, even obviously fascist totalitarian prison structure, but it's the shattering of illusions, like the scales falling from the eyes, like. This is the arc where really all of the characters truly come to understand what the Empire actually is. And Cassian, has his illusion shattered, even though he knows that the Empire is terrible, but he had labored on the belief that he could get somewhere, quote, warm and easy with the money he had, and he does not. The Empire picks him up. And Kino, poor Kino, is basically the reason he is the way he is at the beginning of the arc. He basically is like, if I just do my time and keep my head down and keep this room running, they'll let me out eventually. And ultimately, nobody's getting out. And that is the way that Andy Serkis plays that revelation is just, you're right, it is perhaps the best acting in the series. Like that first, when he's kind of trying desperately to cling on to, the illusions after they learn what happened on level 2, and the fact that he is almost breaking down in a rage. He's like, you don't know what's happening. None of this knows what's happening. Don't break this. But then when he gets the knowledge that, yes, nobody is getting out.
There's a couple moments in that scene that you're talking about that are just so great. Yeah, it's when he's sort of losing it, when he's like, it takes weeks just to get one sentence, and you're all worried about something that's happening on the other side of the building, and then it's when and Cassian's like, the less they think we know, the better. That may be a different scene, I'm not sure, but there's a moment where then when Kino says, all right, everybody, it's just another day, another shift. And he's just like trying to hold on to his composure and convince himself that they can just get through this. It's, things are okay. And it's really not until that revelation with the doctor, when he realizes that it's all over. And that's when he gets the great line when Cassian says, how many guards? And he says, never more than 12. It's and then obviously the breakdown in his cell, when they go back in there and just slowly, bit by bit, and you can just say, until it all culminates in him, screaming, nobody is getting out. And then his resolve after that is just so amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and he the way that, because ultimately, it's Cassian kind of has to lead him there, but this is Cassian stepping up, actually being a leader in this way, but the fact that ultimately Kino then goes on to quote what Cassian told him in his big speech.
Yeah, it's one of the most important parts of the entire series, because I don't think Cassian even realizes what he's doing. He does all this as a measure of survival, of they need to get out of there, and if none of them are ever going to be released, it's more urgent than ever. I don't think it's until Kino repeats Cassian's lines that Cassian realizes that he has inspired this man and he has the power to do that. And it's just, I think ultimately that's such a big wake up moment for Cassian, and realizing that there's so much more he can be doing.
And I mean, ultimately, Kino is he ends up he becomes an incredibly inspiring figure, after once the scales again fall from his eyes, and just he becomes fully radicalized, and the way that he ultimately wants to get revenge on the people who did this to him, but more than anything, he just wants all these men that he had been looking out for and driving to work as hard as he could, but he cares about them. He's doing this for them.
And what leads to this big culmination is just the character of Olaf, who is great. I don't know the actor's name. I'm sure it's listed on here somewhere, but many people may know him as the criminal from the opening scene of Batman, the Tim Burton film. The guy who's like, "Who are you?" I'm Batman. And this is a guy who, throughout, this block of episodes here, Kino Loy is like, you're almost done, old man. You just got a few more shifts to go, and you'll be out of here. And I think Kino and a lot of the other men look at Olaf as sort of like, it's aspirational. It's like this old man's about to be released, and so that's something that can sort of keep them going. And so I think the fact that then so close to getting out, the fact that he dies in the way that he does, and then couple that with the revelation of of what happened with the man who was accidentally, instead of being released, he was put back into circulation, and the fact that they fried the entire level to keep it secret, and now nobody's getting out. It just all, everything comes crashing down, and Kino just can't just toe the party line anymore. He's, it's at that point, as he says, there's only one way out.
The Christopher Fairbank is the actor who plays Olaf, and I think he does a great job. All of the act, again, we get introduced to another great little set of characters in this sequence. We get to meet, in addition to Olaf, Jembach, Taga,
we get Melshi.
And we get Melshi, who is the Duncan Powell, the character from Rogue One, which that was another point at the screen exciting moment, because obviously Melshi's a small character in Rogue One, but he gets some great moments, and the fact that we see oh, this is how he and Cassian met, and it's they not just cross paths in the rebellion, this is what bonds them. This is why Melshi is willing to go with Cassian to Scarif and basically give his life, because they went through this together, and we'll go through future things as well. And especially, early, and Melshi is kind of the character who's talking sense earlier in this arc, where when Kino was talking about the number, Melshi basically was like, don't ever look at the number, it means nothing. Basically, you're here until they don't want you anymore, and that obviously triggers Kino's rage, but ultimately he comes to see it that way too. And for all the people in this prison, again, we get to meet a handful of them, but one of the I'm not going to quote Kino's entire speech because it's long and it's great, and I can't do justice to Andy Serkis can. But the moment I actually want to highlight is the moment that's perhaps not the most beloved part of the speech, which is the one way out thing. But it's when he near the end of it, he has the line where he says, "You need to run, climb, kill. You need to help each other. You see someone who's confused, someone who is lost. You get them moving and you keep them moving until we put this place behind us. There's 5,000 of us. If we can fight half as hard as we've been working, we'll be home in no time. One way out, one way out, one way out," which is just awesome. And obviously the tragedy is, definitely a tragedy in the moment, but the fact that Kino can't swim, and so he seems ambivalent about making that jump. We don't ultimately see what happens if he may have made the jump. I kind of have a hope and a suspicion that maybe we are not done with Kino. We might get him in season 2, but even if they didn't, we don't. Just this 3 episode arc was enough to make it.
Wasn't it confirmed at some point that he was going to be in season 2?
I don't remember if it was confirmed. I think somebody had asked Andy Serkis about it. He basically gave an answer that was not a straight denial. So, and given the fact that actors will deny, even when they actually are in the thing, it's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, no. I'll be surprised if he's not, because I've just kind of been expecting all this time that seemed like one of the worst kept secrets, that they just kind of dispensed with the secrecy around that a long time ago. But maybe I just assumed that, and I haven't been paying real close attention to the sort of production leaks or anything like that. I just thought I heard that. So I don't know. I'll be bummed if he's not.
I will, but again, it's like he cemented his Star Wars legacy. I mean, he's already with Supreme Leader Snoke, but like this is actually the role I think he will be most known for going forward. Because as you said,
but just the fact that he knows that, that he can't swim. There's no way out of the situation for him. So it just makes him all the more heroic, everything that he does, knowing that there's no escape for him. And it's just, oh man, what a great character. And this is like, it's a hell of a thing to say for someone whose career has spanned so many like iconic characters, but this is like one of my absolute favorite things that he's ever done.
I would agree. Just because, as you said, it's so special that we actually get to see him, performing as himself as Andy Serkis. I kind of think Gollum will always be like number one on the list, but as far as live action performances from Andy Serkis, I think this actually does edge out his performance as Alfred Pennyworth in The Batman as my favorite that he has ever done. Because he's great in that, but this is just something else special entirely. And I hope that, for God's sake, there's there's a boat somewhere on Narkina 5, so or maybe at least a little one of those little inflatable tubes, life vest. It's like they gotta have something like that around there. Maybe he can just float away.
Yeah, I do want to make sure I mention one of my favorite moments from the episodes, and it is during that last episode of the arc where going back to that part of Nemec's manifesto about the fact that oppression being the mask of fear, and there's that great shot where we see all of the Narkina 5 guards hiding and huddled, in the room once all the prisoners are running through the facility and escaping. And it really just goes to show you that fascists are, at the end of the day, are chicken shit. They're it's they revel in all that power they amass, but as soon as the cards are stacked against them, they're scared, frightened little children.
Yeah, and it's telling that one of the guys cowering in that sequence is the guy who greeted them when they arrived at Narkina 5 and was so arrogant and cruel by introducing the whole the concept of the electric shocks. It's like, how dare we stand before you without weapons? It's a potent question. And then at the end, he's there freaking cowering with the rest of them and not daring to fight. And similarly, in kind of a subversive way, another actor I actually really want to shout out for a couple different reasons is, throughout this sequence, we hear what is credited as, quote, the voice of God, which is the announcer who goes over the PA system and gives all these ominous warnings about on program, and we will begin activating force without warning. And then we see the guy, and he's basically like a little he's kind of a little shrimpy guy. But the reason I actually want to shout him out is because that actor is Martin Ware, but that's not his primary role on the show. He is, along with Nina Gold, one of the 2 casting directors for the show. So all of these incredible performances and all these amazing unknown actors who populate this show, he had a role in, at bringing them in. So that I think he deserves an immense amount of credit for that. Obviously, we know Nina Gold, she was one of the casting directors on Game of Thrones, so she knows her shit, and she's worked on all the other Star Wars movies in this era. But Martin Ware, kudos, man, both for this performance and for bringing all of these actors together.
Yeah, and that has another one of my favorite moments where Diego Luna just shoves them up against the wall with the gun, and then he goes on program, and that is so fucking gratifying. Oh God.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, this really is the arc. Like I even though I have cited the fact that that the Aldani arc is the one that made me fall in love with the show. I think for most people, fairly, this arc is the arc that really elevated Andor from an already great show into something like truly miraculous and special. And this episode, One Way Out, I think is most people's favorite. And
it is fun.
Yeah.
But I would agree with you that like you kind of like if you want to watch it, you're gonna sit down and like watch the arc in full. But that's fine. I still rank One Way Out as as my favorite. It's just so fucking great.
Yeah, especially because we just talked about Kino having that incredible speech, and it might not even be the best speech in the fucking episode.
Yeah, it's like, oh, by the way, this is also the speech where Luthen has his big moment with Lonnie, who is another great character who we haven't mentioned, who's a spy. He's a double agent. Presented as an Imperial. His story would also be interesting to get because we don't really know necessarily how that started. And yeah, I love the tension of that as he's on the elevator, and feeling threatened by Luthen. It's like Luthen congratulates him on his child being born, and he says, is that a threat? And it's like, well, it's been a long time since we've spoken. It's not worth mentioning. And then all leading up to that great speech he gives. It's a just coming off of Kino's big speech, and then Stellan Skarsgård drops the mic on this, and it's like, God damn it!
Yeah,
it's so great.
Man. Yeah, no, I mean, again, we don't need to read that entire, speech because, again, it's all so iconic. But just some of the lines in that, speech, the fact where he's like, I've made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. And then I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. By the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemies to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise I know I'll never see. And the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror, an audience, or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything. This is the moment where, like, again, Luthen being kind of the father of the rebellion, like, this is a scene where he actually, like, I love the way they shoot him in this sequence because they make him look terrifying. Like, this guy, Lonnie, works as an ISB supervisor undercover, is dealing with all manner of terrible Imperials like throughout the day. And yes, he works for Lewin, but he's also clearly fucking terrified. It's like he was more scared of crossing Luthen than he is of being caught by the Empire. So it's like, it really puts him over.
Yeah, but then that the last line, stay with me, Lonnie. I need all the heroes I can get. And then cut to Cassian and Melshi, running. Yeah. Oh God. It's so damn good. So yeah, again, it just makes me sad because we're already at the 3.5 hour mark. Like, I can't get into the Narkina 5 arc as much as I want to, and we did talk mostly about that final episode, but it's just such an extraordinary arc where you just feel the oppression of the Empire and the way they work these men, and I mentioned before Cassian's sort of blank expressions as he enters the prison, just sort of taking everything in, and just it's it is kind of dark. It's not humorous in the context of the actual episode, but thinking back on it is kind of funny to me when he's told to like pay attention to what table 5 is doing, and like watching everything. It's like, you're going to be doing this tomorrow. It is like that nightmare scenario of like starting a new job, and it's like this very complicated thing that you're going to have to be doing like it's nothing, and you're just like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this. And yeah, and add on to that all the trauma that he's endured. So yeah. But
and the retrospective trauma of the later revelation in the series post-credit scene of what they're actually making, which is components of the Death Star that will one day be with the methods of Cassian Andor's death. And like that just gives the whole thing like such more.
Yeah. So yeah, it's my favorite arc and my favorite episode. The One Way Out. It's just we can't spend as much time on it as I want to, but still, I think we hit the major beats. So let's go into like the final 2 episodes, which really is about Cassian learning about Marva's death and returning home, and then all these sort of desperate, different characters, they're colliding on Ferrix. And sorry, now I'm just thinking about the Mosk's phone call to Cyril. Or video call. He keeps miscarrying him. It's like, and yeah, it's just a comedy of errors, those two.
Oh my god, yeah. But
yes, Andor, the mother, she's passed on.
been rugged for me lately. He's come down in the world a bit. But yeah, but before we get to Ferrix, I would be remiss if I did not shout out 2 of my favorite characters from this entire show, which is the Dewey and Freedy, man.
I sadly do not have a picture of these 2. But yeah, and I will say, I think, in my personal opinion, I think that the so-called lack of aliens is severely overstated. I'm not saying that it's not a factor, that we don't have any sort of main central characters who are more outlandish, but there are a lot of aliens populating like the background of a lot of the story. Like, they're there. It's but so I do think it's a bit overstated. That said, I will not begrudge people rejoicing at the appearance of these characters, doing Freedy, because they are really fun. Their appearance is quick in the show, but yeah, no, it does add a nice bit of pulpy weirdness to the events.
And that is why I love them. As you said, like, there are a lot of great background aliens in the show. Like, I think about Vetch in the first episode, where he's like, I said all I wanted to do was stand here. And
I really do like the guy that Cassian is talking to about getting like transport out of there, and he's got like his assistant who's like a little alien, and just their back and forth. It's really funny too.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, there's a lot of great little flavor like that, and it's not the primary ingredient, and we just had this incredible, like, sumptuous meal of the One Way Out arc, where like basically all the characters are humans. But the reason I love them so much is, 1, because of just how weird they are, and 2, because, again, even if it's not overwhelming, like, these characters could have been humans, but instead Tony Gilroy, like very serious Tony Gilroy, chose to put these 2 in this moment. Like, after this incredibly tense arc, all of a sudden we have Cassian Andor and Melshi in these like weird, slimy, like goonettes, and all of a sudden Dewey's walking over going, "My, escapers, huh? 2z2." And they're like, not better fishing on land these days, hey, Freedy. No biggie dinner for us tonight. And I'm just like, the first time I was like almost like gobsmacked. Like, are they actually doing talk like a pirate here in Star Wars? And I'm like, yes, they are. And I was. But ultimately, like, they're not just there for pure comic relief. They're there for a very important thematic point, because it's like, yes, these guys are, they're locals, and the Empire has basically been polluting their world with their Skaban prison, and they could theoretically turn Cassian and Melshi in for a reward, but instead it's Skav the Empire. They know to be killing me.
What I love most about it is that nothing that like Cassian or Melshi says has any effect whatsoever. It's they talk themselves into helping them out. So that's why it's so much fun. Like Melshi really screws that one up, because he's like, no, let's go. We'll be able to do it. I got a good feeling. It's like,
oh yeah, and just watching them like run, like seeing Dewey and Freddie look at them as they're running, and they don't make any move, and it's because they've got their booby traps up. But yeah, and the dynamic, because when we say they're talking, it's really Dewey doing all the talking. Freddie is just kind of grunting in there with his big, like, his giant, like, cutlass hand. And I think these characters are meant to be brothers, but it's like they don't look like brothers. They are, but for whatever reason, I just, like, again, I was loving the pulpy side of Star Wars as I do, like, and recognizing that that's not the primary flavor of this, show. I was just happy that they gave us this. And so Dewey and Freddie are definitely.
I also want to mention, going back to the end of the Aldani arc, let's not forget about Dr. Quadpaw.
Oh yes. Thank you for mentioning. He's also an incredible, because again, that could have just been a human. Instead, it's a weird guy with 4 arms, basically doing surgery. And so, like, yeah, it's awesome. And again, I tend to like that flavor in Star Wars. So Dewey and Freddie definitely fall into the realm of what I would consider personally glup shittos, and like, the minor characters who I'm basically just like, yes, they're the greatest. But I do think that they are more than just comic relief. I think that they have they actually, like, they are being oppressed by the Empire as well, and today they get to do something about it because they get to help Cassian and Melshi escape. So it was a good decision. They did some good fishing that day.
Yep, and they asked him where they wouldn't be taken, and Cassian says, Niamos?
Niamos, eh?
Which, by the way, like, I'm just cracking up that there's apparently like a hit piece of music that originated on Niamos that's being, we're getting different versions of it all throughout the galaxy in these different places.
Yeah, it's the Niamos club mix, from their LP.
But yeah, so everything converges on Ferrex, Marva's funeral, and this show does, like, the brilliant way it sort of messes with the audience's head is that we see Marva die off screen, and I remember at the time I'd be like, what? That's weird. Then very unsatisfying, because she deserved a better send-off than that, but we don't know yet that she's going to get a goddamn incredible send-off and be the big, the spark of rebellion. And yeah, it's but we'll get there. So yeah, we've got all the characters on their way. Cassian is on his way there, and and we got people from all corners pursuing Cassian. Dedra's trying to trap him. Cyril and Moster on their way there, so that Cyril can feel vindicated and try to get his position in life back. And then Luthen and Vel and Cinta are there to kill Cassian. And yeah, it's this big powder keg, and then the people of Ferrix have their own plans for what's about to happen.
Yeah.
And it all culminating in the funeral procession, which was just absolutely unreal. And I do want to mention real quick the way the episode starts, because we've had a different version of the main theme for every time the opening logo comes up, and we get a version of the theme with the instruments of the funeral procession. We don't quite realize that's what it is at the time, but then once the funeral starts, it's like, oh, cool. And just the way the instruments sort of start off, where everything is sounding kind of weak and not tuned right and all that stuff, but then as they find their way into the town square, and it just, especially that moment where the crowd, where they stop for a moment and then they start playing again and start moving forward real fast, and it's like this, it's like the procession of an army. It's just so fearsome, and it's so laughable at the Empire. We're gonna try to contain that to what they say, like 40 people, or something like that. And no, and it's so great. It's so tense, and so the word that just comes to mind is epic.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just, the fact is that this is we spend a lot of time on Ferrix. It is kind of like the central hub for the show, but we see here why this is such a special community, and why the love and respect these people have for each other and their way of life, and that is ultimately what the Empire cannot take away. This piece of music, it's called on the soundtrack "Forming Up / Unto Stone We Are," and I love how it's tied into the funeral rites for Marva. Like, the dead are, they get their ashes get melted down and placed into a brick that will occasionally be put in the wall and occasionally be used to hit a fascist in the face. But in particular, the fact that as they're approaching, we get that they start to chant "stone and sky, stone and sky, stone and sky," and we get those two beautiful moments with Bix, who has been devastated and traumatized, but when she hears the music and she starts just quietly hum along with it, and she's leaning against the window. I remember getting teared up just watching that. And then as they're chanting "stone and sky, stone and sky," and then we see her back in her cell basically saying quietly "stone and sky," and it's because she's coming back to herself. The people of Ferrix are bringing her back. And
there's a moment when Cassian comes in to get her later, where she's like, Marva was here, and he goes, "Wasn't she great?"
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. And I love when that she's like, I dreamt you came back, you climbed over a wall, which, thinking back to the fact that he used to climb over the wall to come and see her back when they were dating, presumably. But now he's done it to save her. And but obviously the central piece of this sequence is ultimately Marva's big speech. And the fact that, as you said, we had kind of had Fiona Shaw's Marva die off screen, and we're like, really? That's a weird choice. But no, it's to set up this, which is in a show of great speeches. Honestly, I think that this is the best of them.
Yeah, because it's it's the speech itself, but it's also the editing of the sequence as well, and what the show cuts to as Marva's delivering her speech. It'll cut back to her at various points, but there's this one moment where she's talking about there is a disease at the center of the galaxy. The Empire thrives in darkness. And it cuts to a shot of Luthen, and you can see just the look on his face, and it's the realization of all his planning of having the rebellion sprout up in these places, of for which he's had no direct, connection to, in terms of like, yes, he had been in communication with people on Ferrets, but it's not like he wasn't planning for some rebel uprising on Ferrets. And so this is something that's completely out of the realm of his direct influence. And I think there's just great satisfaction and vindication, as he's listening to this speech from Marva and witnessing what's about to happen. And yeah, I like, it's lengthy, but I've got to read this. Let me, go ahead and pop this up. My name is Marva Cassian Andor. I'm honored to stand before you. I'm honored to be a daughter of Ferrets, and honored to be worthy of the stone. Strange, I feel if I can see you now. I was 6, I think, first time I touched a funerary stone, heard our music, felt our history, holding my sister's hand as we walked all the way from Fountain Square. Where you stand now, I've been more times than I can remember. I always wanted to be lifted. I was always eager, always waiting to be inspired. I remember every time it happened, every time the dead lifted me with their truth. And now I'm dead, and I yearn to lift you, not because I want to shine or even be remembered. It's because I want you to go on. I want Ferrets to continue. In my waning hours, that's what comforts me most. But I fear for you. We've been sleeping. We've had each other and Ferrets, our work, our days. We had each other, and they left us alone. We kept the trade lanes open, and they left us alone. We took their money and ignored them. We kept their engines turning, and the moment they pulled away, we forgot them. Because we had each other. We had Ferrets. But we were sleeping. I've been sleeping. And I've turned away, and I've been turning away from the truth I wanted not to face. There is a wound that won't heal at the center of the galaxy. There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here. It's here, and it's not visiting anymore. It wants to stay. The Empire is a disease that thrives in darkness. It is never more alive than when we sleep. It's easy for the dead to tell you to fight. And maybe it's true. Maybe fighting is useless. Perhaps it's too late. But I'll tell you this. If I could do it again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the Empire. Oh.
So good. And yeah, and as you had mentioned, the fact that what makes it with the writing is incredible. Fiona Shaw's performance is incredible, but what really makes the sequence for me is the reaction of everyone else listening to this, like seeing Brasso looking up and being inspired, seeing Zanwin, the shop owner, like just his eyes kind of growing as he recognizes what's happening. Seeing Wilman Pack, a character we haven't mentioned, who lost his father in this brutal way, like the tears streaming down his face as he's watching. And not just the citizens of Ferrets, also the Imperials, like Captain Vanis Tigo, aka Wilf Scolding, aka the actor who played Rhaegar Targaryen in Game of Thrones. Another Game of Thrones casting there. So but he can tell that this is bad for the Empire. Like he knows that Deirdre's off on her hunt for Cassian. He's basically
and then proceeds to make the worst possible move he could possibly make.
Yeah, no, we will never forgive him for what he does to B2 Emo. First, he tries to throw his jacket on, and then he fails at that, and so then he kicks B2 Emo over, and it's like, oh no. If anything's going to start the riot, that. But as you said, this is where kind of the weaselly fascist, the fact that he winds up on the ground, crawling on his hands and knees, to get back behind the line. But just, yeah, and like all the citizens of Ferric. Even another one that I love is like, this character of Nurchi, who, as we see, has actually tried to sell Cassian out and is now behind the lines. And as he's listening to Marva's space, we get that like wide shot scene of him, like his face almost fall, because he's now recognizing what it is that he has betrayed and ultimately dies for it. But yeah, like just all of these moments, like the way it builds.
The Nicholas
music,
Britell's music is such a key part of just what makes this such a stirring, a sequence. And I have, we have not raved sufficiently enough about Nicholas Britell's music, and it's so unlike any other music in Star Wars. But it's so successful that I've even like slightly kind of wish that maybe this is blasphemous because Michael Giacchino delivered a great score, but part of me kind of wishes we could get like an alternate score from Nicholas Britell for Rogue One, just because it feels so tied in with the identity of these characters and with the vibe of this particular story. I've played some of the tracks back against like scenes in Rogue One, and it actually works beautifully. But I actually wonder though if Nicholas Britell will make any choices in season 2 that as the season goes on, if he'll sort of tip his cap more to a Rogue One flavor or not. That remains to be seen. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, no, it just highlights, for me, definitely this sequence, but also we didn't really mention the music in One Way Out. When they're all, breaking out of the prison, like it's also used as the end credit music for this episode, and just his score is like out of this world amazing. And it was one of the things that when I heard snippets of the score, I think they released like the first couple like renditions of the opening title before the first episodes dropped. And even that, I listened to that, I was like, oh, this is the vibe they're going for this show. So yeah, now his score is just incredible. Disney overprices their soundtrack releases, and because there were 3 separate albums for Andor, it was a while before I was actually able to purchase them. I waited for a sale because stupid audiophile me, I need my CD quality versions of the releases. But I did eventually get them. It's just amazing music.
Yeah, no, I mean, as you said, it's Nicholas Britell's a very acclaimed composer. He's been Oscar nominated for his work on like If Beale Street Can Talk, which is a beautiful score. He's been, he's obviously won Emmys for Succession, but like I think that this is like some of his absolute best work. And like the fact that he like does it for like all 12 episodes and like has all these iconic themes, like even like the central theme, which is called the Rebellion Suite, which is just sweeping and gorgeous and inspiring. This piece of music that plays over this track is, again, it was led into by forming up Unto Stone We Are, and then there's a piece of music called Eulogy. And then there's a piece of music called Battle, which is very much, kind of what underscores the riot. And that is a different quality of just kind of being both thrilling, but also because, the people are rising up, but also ominous because the stormtroopers are opening fire on the crowd.
This is like, and this again is like one of those things where this is taking a different approach to the Star Wars galaxy. Like, if you needed any more indication that this is a series that takes things deeply seriously, these stormtroopers are excellent marksmen. They're not the butt of a joke. They are killing people left and right in this riot. And yeah, it's it's one of those things that really immediately sets this apart from like other sort of Star Wars action sequences. Uh, and then the sort of, and then, oh God, who's the character's name who was constructing the bomb?
Wilman Pack. Yeah.
Yeah. And just like once then he throws that like all, like it's chaos, you know, and yeah, just the scenes of like people running and being tripped over, and you know, and then there's a moment where Dedra has fallen to the ground and she's just crawling and people are dragging her until Cyril, you know, drags her off, you know, pretending to be one of the people at Ferrex. And yeah, it's just, yeah, the whole sequence is just like carnage and just wildly unpredictable. And yeah, it's, and then we, like I said, you know, when we talk about the stormtroopers, like, you know, shooting people dead, and we'd see characters, you know, who we thought maybe would continue on. Nope, this is the end of the road for them.
Yeah, like specifically the character of Zanwan, the shop owner that you mentioned.
Yeah.
There's that moment where he, you know, someone is trying to, you know, one of the stormtroopers trying to arrest somebody. He jumps onto their back and is trying to take them down, and then a stormtrooper shoots and kills him, and he falls to the ground, and we get a long lingering shot of his just vacant eyes staring. That's, you know, haunting. And like there are many we don't see like as a bunch of named characters fall, but that's enough to let you know that there is real carnage that's going on here. But they are giving as good as they get in many respects. You know, obviously, like they are trying to break the Imperial lines. Like that Keysax, that lieutenant, is like just bellowing orders and doesn't, you know, is clearly like recognizing they're in dire straits. And there's another great moment from a great character we have not mentioned, the Time Grappler, who was the first character we ever saw in the trailer for Andor, and the fact that he's banging on his gong the entire time up there, and they're like, "You make it stop!" And the stormtrooper goes up, and as soon as he gets up there, the Time Grappler kicks him out.
Which again, I will say that's another example of where this is all being taken very seriously, because in any other Star Wars movie or TV show, that would have been accompanied by the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
The fact that it's not here is a statement. But yeah, no, that's great. The way he just kicks him out.
Yeah, there's a new Wilhelm scream in Star Wars. I think it's they've used it in a couple different projects. I don't think they use it in this scene though. But it's just a great. To be honest, I thought that when he got up there, I thought he was going to use his hammers to like to crush the stormtrooper. But no, he just kicks him. He just kicks him out and lets him fall to his death. The Time Grappler is such a great minor character, again with no dialogue, but you're just like, you know immediately what that dude's about.
Oh God. Yeah. And so while all this is going on, Cassian is going to get Bix, you know, who's, as we've talked about, has been through it. But yeah, and gets her to safety, and you know, and then I think it's Bix, Brasso, B2EMO, and a couple of the other characters are gathered together on the ship, but Cassian's not going to go with them because he has other stuff now that he has to do and take care of. But he promises he will find them, and I think by the season 2 footage that we've seen, he keeps his word on that.
Yeah, no, I love this sequence just for the fact that, you know, we learn that Cassian's not going to go with them, but we see that Brasso and Wilman Pack and Jezzy and B2EMO and Bix are escaping, and that great moment where he's, you know, he takes the time to say goodbye to B2EMO because like, I never got to see you, and he's like, you know, I'll be back, and he's like, I know I can count on you, and he's like, you always say that and you always come through. And then the beautiful moment where again, Bix now coming back to herself, she has the line, he'll find us, Cassian will find us. and he will.
I was so nervous as the ship took off. I was like, oh God, please don't have them shot down. Please don't have them shot down. But they got away safe and sound, thank God.
Oh, man.
Oh God.
Shout out to Pegla too, who stays behind because he's got to look after the dogs, but he's a real one too.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, and then just before the final encounter between Cassian and Luthen, we just sort of get shots kind of establishing sort of the calm that settles over Veritas after the storm. There's just a couple moments I like where Luthen, has kind of climbed up a way and is just sort of looking down at everything that's unfolding. And so I think that's a nice juxtaposition between, with that and the moment where the expression on his face during Marva's speech, because I think he's also aware of like the great cost of all of this, that it's a good thing to have these people rising up, but also being aware of the sort of death and destruction that's unfolded as a result of it. That's kind of, and that's sort of the thesis of, everything that he says throughout the season. He's someone who's fully aware of the sort of the cost of all of this, but that unfortunately it's necessary if they're going to have any chance at, coming out from under the Empire's boot. And then there's another shot of Mosk just sitting there, just having Cyril having moved on to another companion.
Yeah. One who's a little bit prettier, so
Yeah.
he's and shout out to the actor Alex Ferns who plays Moss, because he has been one of the actors who has confirmed that he's not coming back for season 2, so this is it for Moss.
I had heard that and I was bummed about that, but then I'm like, but now his story can go off in another direction. I feel like he's one of those characters who could pop up randomly in other things. I'd really like to see like a different like tone of like his character if he popped up in something like The Mandalorian and Grogu or something. Like, I know he'd be older, but they could still do it. Like, I'm just like, and I do like, I am in favor of that type of thing where these characters who are in something serious as this, but if they pop up in something else, they can play something different tonally. Like, I'm just imagining like a scene with him and like and Pelimato in The Mandalorian, something like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll get something like that. Yeah, so that just leaves us with, the final scene, which we did touch on earlier, but it's just such a great moment as Luthen returns to the ship and Cassian's already there, waiting for him. And it's interesting that like Cassian doesn't like put up an effort to sort of, because he knows Luthen was there to kill him, but he doesn't like put up an aggressive front. He's not even holding a gun. He leaves the gun sitting there for Luthen to pick up. And, he says, you came here to kill me. You don't make it easy. And he's like, I'm making it easy now. And then that great line of, kill me or take me in. And just that smile that comes over Luthen's face is like, this is what he wanted in the beginning, and then just closing the season out on Cassian's face of someone who is now resolved and ready to move forward in service of the rebellion. And it's going to be a hell of a ride, taking this up to the events of Rogue One.
Yeah, no, a rebel was born here. And like thinking back to some of Luthen's earlier exchanges with Cassian, the fact that he's basically like, you may tell yourself something different, but ultimately, you'll ultimately die fighting these bastards. Wouldn't you rather give it all at once for something real? And now that is the culmination of this moment. Cassian has gone from a cynic to a believer. He is now fully committed to the cause, and he will have to, it will not be an easy road for him. He will have to do, as we will know, terrible things in the name of the rebellion. Many things I'm expecting that Luthen will have him do. But he's not looking back, because for as he goes on to say to Jyn in Rogue One, every time I walked away from something I wanted to forget, I told myself it was for a cause that I believed in, a cause that was worth it. And he has now arrived at the point for him, the rebellion is that cause. And just to see that Luthen has, in fact, again, Luthen does some other things that are perhaps more morally questionable, but this may end up being the best thing he ever did, is recruiting Cassian Andor to the rebel cause.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't get to see the sunrise or the Death Star blow up.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I know there's been some speculation that maybe Luthen will go sooner rather than later in season 2. I actually hope that's not the case. I want him to hang on a bit longer into the season. Yeah, it's just, God damn it, this show was so good, and I'm just, somebody else might say, "Oh, I hope they stick the landing for season 2." I'm not about that. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be great. I trust all the people involved. I'm just looking forward to see how they bring this story up to the events of Rogue One and in the way that it informs everything. And I'm really, I think one of the things I'm most looking forward to is getting interactions between Cassian and Mon Mothma, because we haven't gotten that yet. Except, they were in the same room in Rogue One, but we didn't see any conversations between the two of them, and so I looking forward to that. And like I said, I'm ready for Bix to be kicking some ass.
Yes, so am I. I want nothing but good things for Bix and for Brasso and for B2 Emo. Ideally, they would all go off to Pabu together while all this is happening and hang out with the Bad Batch. I have a feeling that may not be the case, but as long as we get some great moments with them throughout this upcoming season, I will be very, very happy. And yes, I agree. I want Luthen to stick around as long as possible before he meets what I'm sure will be fitting end.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other big things that we might have skipped over that you wanted to mention?
Yeah. So I just kind of have a list of characters who we either touched on only briefly or, not at all, who I really do want to celebrate. The first of which is the character of Clea, played by
Elizabeth. God, how did we not talk about God?
Yeah, I mean, like,
because she is a pretty important character. It's just one of those things where some things just get left out as we're barreling through.
No, and I mean, like, she's in pretty much a lot of the scenes with Luthen. She's kind of his right-hand woman who's every bit as capable and committed to the cause as she is. And we don't know their exact relationship, if they're like just acquaintances, employee, or if there's a romantic connection there.
Oh, but didn't you hear? But didn't you hear that Clea is actually Cassian's sister? Because there's got to be everybody has to be somebody.
I mean, sidebar, I am curious if that is a plot line that's going to come back in season 2, or if the moment where Marva tells Cassian, stop looking for your sister, there were no survivors, was meant to be the end of it. I'm fine with either way, but I do wonder if that's something that could come back. But I don't think it's Clea. I think that she is her own character, and she's great. First of all, I'll just note Elizabeth Dewau, very pretty lady. I have a big crush on her. And even though she's something of an ice queen, I'm kind of like, I can fix her. actually, but I don't want to fix her. Because she is, and I think she's committed to Luthen pretty much. Whatever their relationship is, but she just has so many great little moments throughout this the series. In particular, like her conversation with Vel in the aftermath of Aldhani, where she is like kind of taking Vel to task for like leaving loose ends, and basically and like her, and then the later scene in the book in the and I think it's in episode 11 where Vel comes to tell her about Marva's funeral, and she's like, "I gave him Aldhani. What have you done for him lately?" And we just see Kleya kind of like seething a little bit, and then she's like, "I don't have lately. I have always. I have a constant number of plates spinning and knives on the floor and needy, panicked faces at the window. Oh, and you are but one of many." And I'm just like, you like, she is obviously an incredibly dangerous and capable, rebel herself, and she's fearless. So, but ultimately, we get the sense.
I have a feeling we're gonna see her in action in season 2 in some way.
We are, because there's been some trailer shots that show her like pressing a button to blow something up and like grabbing Cassian by the lapels. So I can't wait for her to get out into the field a little bit more. Although she's great, in particular, just like also in her guise of the the shop hostess, and when she's running interference for Luthen, throughout the series. I tend to. I mean, again, I love her. I think that she's a great character.
Yeah, well, when she went out to talk to Vel in her like disguise, I didn't even like. I thought, is this a different character that we haven't seen? Yeah. I didn't even realize it was her. Yeah. Just because I had gotten so accustomed to her look in the shop.
Yeah, and I haven't even mentioned my absolute favorite moment of hers, which is from the ending of episode 5, which is an end. Some people have said, Force Center have sometimes said the ending of Andor episodes can feel abrupt, but this is one I actually love, which is like it's the night before the before the Aldhani heist, and Luthen is kind of very anxious, and he's listening on the radio, and Kleya is basically telling him, "You got to turn that off. Like, we're not going to get any more news tonight." And she has and he basically finally listens to her, and and she has he basically she's like, "It'll all be over this time tomorrow," and Luthen has the line, "Or it'll just be starting." And we just see Kleya.
Well, there's also a moment where she says they're either going to be fine or they're not, and Luthen goes, "That's a bold prediction."
Yeah, exactly. Live or they will die. Yeah, but that moment where she's like, it'll all be over this time tomorrow, or they'll just be starting, and we see her give that little small smile, and she just says, "Or that." And because it is the thing, it is the big announcement that she's right. It will all be over, or it'll be something much bigger, and it turns out to be the latter. And also, just another amusing moment is the fact that like when she's trying to convince, when he's going to go see Lonnie, and basically, and she's trying to convince him not to do it because she's worried about him, and she's like, "I don't like it." He's like, "You don't like anything." Again, he's like, she's a prickly lady, but again,
yeah, no, she's really good. Yeah, she is somebody that we can kind of be a little frustrated with, just because like she's sort of coming up against characters like Vel and like to a not like one-on-one with Mon Mothma, but just in terms of like she's the voice of like staying the course and being very careful, and and Luthen, he has the line where he's like, "I'm not slipping, I've just been hiding for too long," and so she's sort of the one in the position of making sure that he doesn't slip, because actually him saying that is that's basically another way of saying you might be slipping. But yeah, so I really like her character. It's just sometimes it's like, oh, just let Vel talk to him.
Yeah. As she says,
Yeah.
we have rules for a reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just think she's great. I love also the conversation that she has with Luth and the coded conversation in the ship, where we get the sense that like she really cares for him, and she does, even though she's committed to the cause, like she does not want to see him, hurt. And I think I'm actually interested to see like what will happen if we do lose Luthen, at some point, like how that will affect Clea as well.
Okay, is somebody who I want to make sure that we talk about, and I will introduce him simply by saying Thesis.
Yes, we need
Partagas. Who we know, from Game of Thrones and other Game of Thrones alumni. He played Qyburn in that series, and yeah, like he does such a great job at playing like sarcastic villains. We can't help but like him, even as we recognize that he's a despicable person. But and also in the early stretch of episodes when we're still cheering on Dedra, like he's cheering her on. He's even like one of my the things that sort of cracks me up the most. What I'm talking about the way that they show the sort of the mundane of the Empire is like after he denies her request early on. And then, he hangs back and has a conversation with her, and he's like taking her to task for the fact that, she has not submitted her reports for this and that. But then he caps off with giving her a well done on something else. Some other things that she's been doing. And it's that classic sort of work boss thing where you like make sure you always end on a well done, on a compliment. And it's just this sort of workplace thing that we can all recognize a boss, doing to the employee, but it's in the context of the fascist empire. It just makes it sort of hilarious.
Yeah, he as you said, he kind of is promoting workplace accountability, but also encouraging rivalry. I love like his introductory scene where he's basically taking all of these supervisors to task, and he finally gets so exasperated he stands up. It's like, what do we do here? Tell me what we do. And then of course Dedra recites it verbatim. He's like, very good, Dedra. That is verbatim from the ISB mission statement and wrong. We are healthcare providers. You want security? Call the Navy. We diagnose symptoms. We treat disease, which again is a terrible language to use, but he just delivers it with such oily, gumption that it's actually fun to listen to.
Yeah, God, he's just, and again, when he takes down, who's the other Imperials? Levin. When he takes down Levin, it's so delicious and satisfying. and a lot of this is just down to the fact that Anton Lesser is a genius at delivering dialogue.
Yeah.
Like he is just one of those actors that you love to just listen to him.
Yeah. Oh man, I really, he's one of I kind of keep a list of actors who have crossed over between Game of Thrones and Star Wars, and I honestly think Anton Lesser as Qyburn / Partagaz is one of my favorites. He just is, again, so much fun playing this deliciously despicable character.
And sort of related to him is another Imperial that gets brought into this series, who I take no pleasure in announcing because he has proved to be so very disappointing, and it is Yularen.
Yeah.
like even through his appearances in Rebels, I kind of felt like this is a guy who's just sort of been with the Republic for so long that he transitions to the Empire, and maybe he doesn't like get the full, like he doesn't fully grasp like what he is latched onto. But with this series, it's made abundantly clear that he fully recognizes and is on board with the fascism of the Empire.
Yeah.
And it's just so goddamn disappointing from a character who I loved so much in the Clone Wars.
Yeah. I mean, it's really kind of a dark side, to the fact that like he spent most of his time working with Anakin Skywalker, and then they both end up, working for the Empire in this terrible way. And frankly, like Yularen, like I remember being like shocked and weirdly delighted to see him, even though he's again playing a terrible character, and we see just how evil he can be. Because like I remember, like I knew from like canon sources that Yularen was the head of the ISB, but I was like, that may be something Tony Gilroy doesn't care about. He might just bring in, like, maybe we'll just have Partagaz as the leader. But no, when we actually see Yularen after Aldhani and we confirm that it is him, I was just like, that's so cool that they brought him in. Obviously, it's a different actor than either Tom Wolfe, who voiced him in the Clone Wars, or the actor who played him in A New Hope. But Malcolm Sinclair, the actor who played him, like, gets to play a very, chilling character. That speech where he's talking about how the only thing we need to know right now is how tight to close our fist, and you're just like, yeah, this guy's gone bad.
This way, he's like, I spoke with Emperor Palpatine last night, and he assured me the ISB will have full reign of I don't remember the exact wording, but it's just so like, I'm just watching, I'm like, oh, how far you have fallen.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's funny because the first time we ever saw you, Lauren, was as, one of the Imperial higher ups in the original Star Wars. So like it shouldn't be that much of a shock, but he got so well defined in the Clone Wars as, as an admiral in the Grand Republic, and working side by side with Anakin and Obi-Wan and Ahsoka, and it's just heartbreaking to see the path that he ultimately chose.
Yeah. And he goes boom with the Death Star, so eventually he meets a fitting fate. But I was happy to see him in this show, even though he's again terrible. The next actor I want to shout, speaking of terrible, and speaking of Game of Thrones adjacent connections, Richard Delane as Davos Skolden. He is having like just the time of his life playing this thoroughly detestable character. But talk like the fact that we hear about him before we see him, and Mom Mothma seems aghast, like, he is not a banker, he's the wealthiest thug of them all, as Tay Colma says. But then he shows up and he's just constantly like, we talk like, I like when things are clear. If it's your money, you ought to be able to move it about with your privacy intact. But ultimately, he is, he's setting Mom Mothma right up where she wants him, because he's got the 14-year-old son that he wants to marry off to Mon Mothma's daughter. I'm not asking for betrothal, but he is.
But he is.
Because unfortunately, for poor Mon, he knows that just what a big pickle she's in, and it means nothing to him. But if he gets an advantage out of it, as he says, money means very little to me at this point. I want no fee, but I do want a favor, basically, a very big favor. And I love that little moment at the end of the conversation where Mon, at least at the start, is like, absolutely not, get out. And he's like, I'm sure you'll be considering it. And she's like, I'm not considering it. And he just turns and gives a kind of evil little smirk and says, that's the first untrue thing you said. And we're going to be getting more of him in season 2, because I think we're going to be seeing the wedding of little Steakin Skolden and
it's funny because I'm like, I'm hard pressed to see who I like less in the Delane family as far as their characters go. Which by the way, funny that his name is Davos Golden, because it's pretty close to Davos. So, yeah, like he's more charismatic than Stannis is. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided who's worse. He hasn't put his own child, to the torch yet. So I don't know. He might be ahead of Stannis in that regard. But yeah, no, he's great. I enjoyed his presence, and like even when he first popped up, I was like, this guy has like such Stannis like energy, the way he like, not in terms of sort of personality, but just in terms of his look. And then when I saw the name Delane in the end credits, I was like, ah, there you go. Not surprised at all. Yeah, no, he's great. Like, this show is just so stacked with amazing actors. It's really quite insane.
Yeah, again, shout out to the casting directors, Nina Gold and Martin Ware. They did a phenomenal job. Going from a despicable character to a much nicer character, I do want, because we've talked a lot about Marva and the influence that she has on Cassian's life, I do want to shout out the actor who plays his father, Clem, Gary Beadle, who obviously is not as big a part of this show because the character has unfortunately died before the events of the series. We only see him in flashbacks. But we learned that it was a seminal event of Cassian's life, the fact that his father was hanged for essentially just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was trying to stop, dissidents' speech. And it was very early on, because we see that they're clone troopers, actually, not stormtroopers.
That was really quite disturbing, just seeing the clone troopers.
Yeah. And And the fact that Cassian later tries to attack him, and you see them pointing their guns at him as he charges, is like, again, these are clones who are still bought in with the Empire, unfortunately. And
we don't know exactly when that takes place, because certainly there's a time period after Order 66 where many of the clones are still like, we know many of them sort of wake up, and the chips don't completely, continue to work to their full extent, but we're not quite sure of exactly when this is in relation to that. Certainly there's many clones who just stay with their loyalty to the Empire. And these are some such clones.
Yeah, exactly. But I in particular,
I love Clem. I especially love the flashback we get. I think it's in the final episode.
Yes, I wanted to. Yeah.
It's something to the effect of most people don't look beyond the rust, or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, it's when Cassian is touching his father's funeral stone and remembering, and he has the line where about the components that are being treated as junk, but they're not. They still have value, and he has the line, "People don't look down to where they should. They don't look past the rust." Yeah. And that is obviously he's talking about the components, but really that is a theme statement for what the show is actually saying about the people of the galaxy, and what, and Cassian obviously, like, that, the fact that like we see tears in his eyes as he's remembering that, like, it tells us that like his father meant the world to him too, and the fact that he was taken from him at such a young age is also what drives him.
Yeah, and see, again, like, this is what really great writing can do, is that we don't really get much time with Clem. We see him for a moment when Cassian is rescued, in the flashback. We see we see him in another flashback when, before he's hanged. And then again this flashback, and it's just a very minimal amount of time, and also the fact that Cassian chooses the name Clem, uh, for his time on Aldhani, and just the performance that we get from the actor in these small little moments. It's so well done because you're left in no doubt of Cassian's attachment to Clem.
Great minor performance there. A couple other just really quick ones before I get to the big one that we haven't touched on. I loved being an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fan. I love seeing Nick Blood pop up as Corporal Kimsey. We touched on him in the Aldhani sequence, even though, again, he's not playing a great character, but I was just like, oh, is that the same guy? Yeah, it is. Also, in a similar vein, I love the actor of Rassiv, Adrian Rollins, who plays the doctor in the prison. I think he has a great little moment there. Also, because we touched on him briefly and we said we would give him his due, and I guess we'll do it now. James McArdle, who plays Tim with two M's, Carlo, with his socks and his narking. And it will always be amusing to me that this is the closest thing Star Wars has ever done. Reylo's scene in Last Jedi accepted. This is the closest thing Star Wars has ever gotten to an actual sex scene, and it involves this guy in bits.
Yeah, but I wish I had a gif of that shot when Bix is taking off her coat, because damn, that's sexy.
Yes, Tim, I think, recognizes that he's perhaps punching a little above his weight when he landed Bix, so it's understandable that he's so worried about Cassian being back.
But also, like, if you've been lucky enough to find yourself in that situation, that's when you really need to be playing it cool, and he most certainly does not.
No, and he paid, and unfortunately, and to be serious, he pays for it with his life. The fact that he sells Cassian out and then gets shot by the same corpos he called because they're arresting Bix is a kind of tragic ending for his character. But again,
I just crack up over how much of a thing was made about his socks.
I think it was a Force Center thing. They really fixated. But it's, again, we don't usually see socks in Star Wars either. There's famously, as George Lucas says, no underwear in space, but there are socks. But anyway, we totally touched on those, and then maybe there are a few more you want to hit. But the big one that we have not really touched on, who we absolutely have to, is Saw Gerrera, Forest Whitaker, who is just.
I mean, we did mention him, but I guess because he is sort of detached from the main action of the show, and he does only have 2 scenes, but it still seems kind of wild that we're only just now diving into his scenes, because he's Saw Gerrera, and it always shocks me, the stuff that I leave until the end of a stream. I mean, what can you say about the great Forest Whitaker? He's incredible, and it's really interesting because I will say the first time that I really registered Saw as a character, like as sort of a stalwart of Star Wars, was his appearance in Rogue One, because to be honest, I did not remember him from Clone Wars. The character is wonderful in Clone Wars, but it's not something that I thought, oh, remember this guy, he's going to be important in future Star Wars. But what was interesting was then I remember I did go back and watch those episodes, and then it's a funny thing, because what we get in Rogue One is really the very end of his story, and I remember being if I'm honest, a little underwhelmed.
Mhm.
Just because it seems like, he's introduced in the film, and he has a big sort of pivotal scene uh with Jen, and then he dies, and it just seems like, well, that's kind of a weird choice, but ultimately it's because it is sort of a sort of sad end to a life of like constant warfare and sort of trauma and anger and resentment and vengeance. And I think that everything that we've gotten following up on Rogue One, from his appearances in Rebels to the Bad Batch to appearing in novels, which is always I was going to say a joy to read. Maybe joy is the wrong word for Saw, but he's a very fascinating character. And then to get him here in Andor, even though it's so weird that he's only in to say that he's only in 2 scenes in the show, or in this season, because it feels like he has such presence that it feels like he's in more of it than he is, but it really is just these 2 moments at his base with Luthen.
Mhm.
And that his speech in that first meeting is just so goddamn good. Like, it's not one of those quote unquote big speeches of the series, but just everything he says about taking down everybody else, separatists, you know, uh,
Human
yeah,
cultists,
human
galaxy
cultists.
partitionists. Don't.
Well, yeah, I am the only one with clarity of purpose. Like, which of course is such a soft thing to say. He can't see how lost he is,
Yeah.
and uh, he's just such a fascinating guy. It's like, and his story is such a tragedy, because he's like, yeah, he was fighting to defend his home, and then he loses his sister and goes on with the fight until it becomes a completely, until the people he's fighting change, but the fight continues. It never stops. He has been waging nonstop warfare for practically his entire life,
Mhm.
and it's destroyed so much of him, his soul, his reason.
Mhm.
Um, he can't see his like can't tell his friends from his enemies. I think one of the most like the darkest moment, one of the darkest moments of his character is honestly in the Bad Batch, in the finale of season 2 of that show, when he's so dead set on striking against the Empire that his actions lead to, spoiler alert, lead to Tech's death. I blame him for that.
Mhm.
And uh, but yeah, it's and the performance that Forest Whitaker gives is just so haunting and beautiful, and especially like when I go back to watch Road One now,
Yeah.
with the with now the advantage of having seen all him get to play the role and various other things, and even when he's not playing the role, um, just sort of now recognizing how the rest of the rebellion kind of views him, and his paranoia as a
Mhm.
result of being sort of on the outside, but having been the one who's sort of been there from day one. He's like the original rebel. And just that paranoia of, did they send you here to kill me? It's just, it's so powerful. And I think he will, but I really hope he's playing a bigger role in this season. just because there's a lot of stuff that I think we need to see about how he gets from where he is this season to the events of Rogue One. Because, and even the stuff that we see in Rebels, he's not, we do see him start to lose it a little bit, but he's still in one piece in the events of Star Wars Rebels. So it'd be really interesting to actually see what happened to him that finally pushed him over the edge, to the degree that we ultimately see. It's just great character, who has been with us for so long now. And I love Forest Whitaker so much. He's always been one of my favorite actors. And to see him be able to bring all his Forest Whitaker-ness, to this role has been really, really great.
And I think he has done a great job of making the character of Saw his own, because Saw famously is a character who was actually created by George Lucas for the Star Wars TV show Underworld that never aired and was in the Clone Wars as well. And he is notably the first character ever to cross over from animation to live action in Rogue One, as he does in Rogue One. And as you say, he has a smaller role in at least season 1. I think we will see much more of him in season 2, including how he ultimately gets maimed and loses his legs. But one of the reasons I find his role in this series so essential, even though he only has 2 scenes, is he is perhaps the character that Luthen gets to be most honest with, even more than Clea, weirdly. He is because Saw, unlike a lot of the other Rebel cells, it's implied, actually knows Luthen by name, and they seem to have a friendly relationship. But this is where we actually get the sense of what Luthen he really wants, where he wants all these different sects of rebellion to come together into actually an alliance, and Saw is not at the point where he is going to want to do that, because as we later were, he ultimately is something of an extremist, and he breaks with the rebellion, even if he ever did join it at some point. But when Luthen is trying to pitch him on the idea of linking up with this other rebel cell led by Anto Krieger, he's basically saying, we can't fight this war, these battles on our own. We need to pull together or the Empire will crush us. And Saw, as you noted, is not ready to hear that, but then he does change his mind. And it's, of course, right at the time they've learned that they're aware of his plan, and the ISB is aware of his plan. And so then Luthen actually has to tell him no. And we get to see Saw actually reckon with the possibility of Luthen is willing to send this other man who we don't see, Krieger, to his death, basically to play the long game. And Saw almost seems appalled by that. He's like, how do you know I won't tell him? And he's like, I don't know what you'll do. But he ultimately gets Saw to see, as he says, for the greater good. And Luthen, because Luthen's conflicted about this. So he best to lie.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite beats in that scene is when when Saw, they're talking about Luthen's ISB, operative, and he says, and you think, he's worth losing Krieger for, and Luthen says, I thought so. Now I'm not so sure. It's just that doubt, of whether he's actually making the right decision. And yeah, no, it's one of the remarkable things. He actually is taking a lot of risk, actually, by being on the sort of face-to-face terms with Saw, because it's a lot of personal risk, because if Saw goes down at any point, then then he's vulnerable. And this was actually one of the things that I worried about as I was rewatching the series, because I forgot some of the dialogue in the scene. So I was like, wait a second, does Krieger know Luthen? Because that seems actually like too big of a risk to have him go down. But then I watched this scene, and it's said that actually Creeder has never seen Luthen, and he doesn't actually know him, even though they technically have been in the same room. Creeder just didn't know about it. So that's why Creeder ultimately is expendable in a way that Saw would not be.
And we see though again that like clearly Luthen even thinks Saw is worth it, because he's not only going to meet him face to face, he gets into trouble later when after the second meeting, he almost gets apprehended by the Imperial ship and has a really cool, space maneuver to get out of it. But in particular for Saw, it's like this is, again, even though Saw is extreme in his tactics, he does ultimately, as he said, have kind of a moral code. And this is a lesson where he is starting to learn, perhaps, as they say, the big picture, where that great exchange where he's like, for the greater good. And Luthen says, call it what you will. And he has the line, let's call it war. And ultimately, as we see, as you said, Saw pays a tremendous cost for the life he leads, not only like physically, obviously, but emotionally as well. Like his story in Rogue One is really about his guilt over having left Jyn behind and finally getting to like make it up to her at the end of his life. But in this moment, I think it's implied that Jyn is probably broken off from his cell at this point, or he's left her behind. But he is still like in the trenches in the fight, and trying to figure out the best way to defeat the Empire, because Saw is a character who will clearly never stop fighting until the very end, when he finally realizes he has passed the torch to Jyn, and so he can finally let himself go.
Yeah. What I love about this second conversation is it shows so many different facets of Saw's character. It starts off actually with him in a position of like actually a very rare side of Saw, where he's actually like given in to to Luthen's suggestion. He mulled it over and he was like, oh, maybe he has a point. And we also see a side of him that is the paranoid side, where he actually entertains that Two Tubes actually has been like spying on him for Luthen, which is ridiculous because Tubes may be like the most loyal person in his company. And then we also see, surprisingly, and I say surprisingly only because of other contexts in which we've seen Saw, but the sort of the moral side of Saw. And the fact that Luthen is coming to him saying we need to sacrifice Creeder, and Saw is actually, the one who's really very troubled by this. And, and his first instinct is like, no, you can't do this. And so I think it's really interesting that like we get so many different sides of his character in one sequence. And it just adds to the complexity of him, and again just adds to the sadness that is his story.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think we will get more of Saw in season 2, a bigger material. He was a big part of the trailer, and I think we will see the injuries that he suffers. This was kind of just a little more of a taste, but again, for only having 2 scenes, he leaves a massive impact, and that is what an actor like Forest Whitaker can do.
Yeah. There were like 1 or 2 minor characters that I thought about and talking about, but I think we have to. I think we have to end on the strong note, and that's that discussion about Saul. So yeah, let's cut it off there. Plus, I really don't want this to go over 5 hours.
Yeah, I think we might set a new record for length, but let's not go over 5.
But in fairness, we did have to cover, 12 episodes of an entire season of this show. So hopefully our 6 episode discussions of season 2 will be easier. But yeah, No, I just the show is just so phenomenal, and it is my favorite Star Wars live action series. Um, and maybe my favorite overall, but I'm also like I'm on record for feeling like the strengths of, if we're talking about sort of this Disney era of Star Wars, I think for me, like the final season of Clone Wars and the Bad Batch, the that full series are like have been my sort of top tier Star Wars. But also I think that this is just because of the nature of those shows versus what this is. I think that this is sort of more sort of continuously um, like consistent in its sort of tone and quality and so yeah, the only reason I hesitate in like declaring it my favorite of all is because there is some hesitation with that sort of the discourse around the show and the discussion, and like I don't want people to think that I only like serious Star Wars, but at the end of the day it is kind of what had been waiting for from a Star Wars television series, and it's so beautifully constructed and executed uh, that for live action at least, I have to be like, yeah, this is my favorite.
I kind of have to split the difference in the sense that like I think I have mentioned in the past that I consider Obi-Wan Kenobi to be my favorite of the live action Star Wars shows, and that is mainly because I have such personal affection for the character of Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Hayden Christensen as Anakin getting to return in that series, and just the emotion of it, particularly in the finale. So I acknowledge that it's probably a little bit closer to my heart, but I do think that the more I watch Andor, it gets ever closer. And I do have no compunction about saying it is the best of the Star Wars series. Like I can admit that, even while still saying I perhaps slightly have more affection for Obi-Wan Kenobi, but this is just a true like masterwork. And whether it's the best Star Wars show overall, that depends on, like, I have Clone Wars and Bad Batch are there for me too, but like this is really like an extraordinary achievement, and for people who call it the best Star Wars ever, or the best Star Wars since the original trilogy, like I don't think they're wrong to say it, and I think that it's a wonderful opinion to have. I find myself trying to say, like, this is not what all Star Wars has to be. This show is special because it is different.
Yeah,
And
and I don't think like it's not wrong of somebody to say that they wish this is what is more, that there was more Star Wars like this, because and they everybody has their own personal tastes, and at this point in my life this is the Star Wars that I kind of want, because I've sort of my tastes have changed over time. But the one thing though that is not cool is using this show as a weapon against other Star Wars. And it's because you have to have an acknowledgement of, you love the show because it speaks to your tastes. Well, different people have different tastes, and don't begrudge, whether they're younger audiences or people your own age, or even older than you, who might prefer the lighter brand of Star Wars, or not even lighter, but the more sort of fun, part of Star Wars, um, or just the more varied version of it. And ultimately, that's what the quote unquote Star Wars buffet should be. It should be varied, so that everybody, get something, to paraphrase Oprah Winfrey, you get a Star Wars show, and you get a Star Wars show, and you get a Star Wars show. Yeah, because like I said, as much as like this is, I love this series intently, and it's by far and away, without a doubt, my favorite of the live action Star Wars shows. We go over open it up to animation, and I will sing the praises of The Bad Batch, which also actually gets dark and talks about, very deep things, and can be harrowing at times, but then it can also be light and fun and give us an Indiana Jones adventure one week and a racing episode another week, and then other weeks, really get into the dark psyche of, of a clone who turned his back on his brothers and, carries the body of a comrade back to the base only to then shoot his commanding officer. That's pretty dark. So, yeah, it's Star Wars is many things, and no one version of it should be used to make people feel bad about liking another. And yeah, so that's my mission statement for my personal Star Wars fandom.
Absolutely, mine as well. And I think of no better note to end on, other than we're very much looking forward to season 2. And since since you like to do show and tell a lot, Gwen, I will just show off the steel book of Andor that I own. I also own the ones for Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Mandalorian 3 seasons and Ahsoka. But it's been such a joy to have a physical copy of this in my home, given the fact that I wasn't sure they would ever do that for streaming shows on Disney Plus. But this one is definitely a treasured part of my collection.
Yeah, no, I love it. I could have watched the show on Disney Plus for this rewatch, but I made sure to put in my physical media copy and watch that. So yeah. Thank you for those who popped in, or if anybody watched all the way through, and yeah. And if this is, I always crack up saying this because we had such a long freaking conversation. But if by chance there are any first time viewers who watch this whole damn thing, please subscribe to the channel if you liked any of this. We'll be having some fun conversations coming up. Taking 2 weeks off, and we'll be back with The Princess Bride, and then after that. And we'll be talking about Star Wars, The Siege of Mandalore, which I am super psyched for. Yeah. So until then, unless you have any final words, Jared, I think we can sign off.
Say it again, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you, Gwen. This was a wonderful conversation. And to everyone out there, stay safe. But remember, the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere. And you can be part of it too.
Yeah. Have a great night. Bye.